Alrighty, finally got everything set up. Welcome everybody, happy Wednesday. Hope you're having a good week so far. And to help your week along, we're going to do something particularly, well hopefully, particularly fun and different tonight for our midweek Final Fantasy XIV stream. Tonight, we're going to be not in the realm of, hey Joe, thank you for the giant Moogle celebration. But welcome everybody. Hey Vane, hey Amon, hey Joe. Tonight we are not going to be in the realm of A Realm Reborn. We are going to dip back into the past. Pre-Dalamud, pre-Meteor. I think it's even called, one of the soundtracks calls it Before the Meteor or something like that. 1.0. Good old 1.0. This is like the video game nerd. Yeah, I'm gonna take you back to the past when Final Fantasy XIV sucked ass. But it, okay, the general game did suck ass, but we are going to look at the cooler elements of 1.0 tonight via a very janky private server that I managed to set up for myself. Full disclosure, the game itself does not like work. So anybody hoping to see running through quests, combat, etc. will probably be sorely disappointed. However, there is still a buttload of content to look at. It has all the cutscenes that are available to watch. We're going to go through a lot of the worlds, check out the maps, see the general vibe and feel of what 1.0 was. I'm going to talk a little bit also to give context to a lot of stuff. Because again, I played it the early bit when people found out that 1.0 was bad. So I actually didn't play during the last half where Yoshi P was starting to do fixes and stuff, but we are playing off of the build that is that final half. So there will be some general improvements in there, but again, a lot of the stuff doesn't function, so I will explain the stuff that doesn't work. But for people that haven't played 1.0, hopefully this is a really cool little glimpse into what you missed and what is not necessarily scrubbed from the lore books, but is not generally shown anymore. So yeah, without further ado, let's get into it. Oh, apparently we travel with time travel shenanigans before the moon fell. Yeah, I actually want to explain a little bit about that too, because that feeds into what the Echo was in 1.0 as opposed to what the Echo became from 2.0 onwards. But yes. So first thing first, let's just go in just in order of events. When 1.0 was new and it had its own launcher, what do you think it looked like? Well, maybe it looked a little bit like this. So yes, this was the old launcher. As you can see up in the upper left, it's patch version 1.23b, which was the final patch before everything went to shit and Dalamud fell and Bahamut wreaked havoc across Eorzea, etc., etc. Yes, it's very bright. Let's actually go. So normally the opening movie, have you guys seen the opening movie? It's basically that that very first cutscene where the Warrior of Light gets those premonitions. He's looking at a leave quest, like, tablet, and he gets these visions about the fight between Midgard-Sormer. Yeah, exactly. I could try running it, but for some reason it's a little janky. Actually, we could see if it works. It may or may not work very well. It was stuttering the last time I tried it, but maybe we'll be lucky this time. Okay, maybe it's actually behaving this time around. Yeah, the Crystarium. That's the other cool bit. So if you guys have seen... Oh, it's already... Okay, now it is starting to fuck up. If you guys have seen the old tech demo before this shit was even made, it's basically the Crystarium, like, main feature, like the rounded buildings, just not called the Crystarium. And then they used a lot of that after the tech demo towards this high-end CG cutscene. But what sucks is you never actually see this this location at all in 1.0. So it's like, where were these guys? Who knows?
I grow weary of the company.
The feeling, my dear, is mutual.
I feel like this Mikote girl is a little weird looking to me.
As long as the coin is good.
Bah, you'd sell your own mother if the coin was good.
My father too. Now quiet down and help me decide.
Oh, the young Derplander.
And why does that not surprise me?
It's funny because the or the leaves actually kind of remind me of like tarot cards, which maybe is the point, but like stained glass tarot cards. No, she'd sell her own parents if the coin was right. It's still a pretty damn good looking cutscene, honestly. Remember, this was made in 2010, so visually it survives. Cheaty water, yeah. Well, of course, when you're doing stuff like this that's not in-game, you can do all kinds of fun VFX. Just imagine if the game... There's no way the game would ever look like this, but Jesus, if the game actually looked like this... Whew. What I do love is that the writers were smart enough to take these characters and then make them essentially the Warriors of Darkness later in the story. Because I don't think that was the original intention, but they're very good about, like, they knew people would remember this arrangement of characters, and they really made the most of it. All that just to kill one Marlboro. And it didn't even kill it. I don't know if they even showed these weird flying things in 2.0. I can't remember. These Garlean, like, whatever these are. They almost look like something from, like, Final Fantasy XII, honestly. God, you remember all the names? Yeah, Silva I remember because... plot. Plot reasons. But I always forget, like, the other characters that aren't Ardbert. What is that little... He just happened to land in the perfect little, like, cockpit seat. I'm not even sure if they're, like... I guess they're just automated? Because where's the person inside that? You see the wreckage on the map? Oh, yeah, well, no, you absolutely... If you're talking about the Midgardstormer, this bit coming up, it's absolutely on the map. Oh, the flying bird things? So on the map, but not, like, I guess, in the world anymore. Unless that was phased out after 2.0. Because I definitely don't remember them in, like, Stormblood or anything like that. Unless, granted, it's been how many years since I played Stormblood. Because I didn't exactly, like, do a New Games Plus for it or anything. So once I was done with it, I was like, okay, moving on to the next shit. This is pretty crazy, though. Now, I could never figure out what this was. A lot of 1.0 had visual things that would happen, but then they wouldn't explain them. Like weird events. Maybe just because it looked cool visually, perhaps. But they never follow. It's almost the exact opposite of Host 2.0, where they explain like too much. In 1.0, they didn't explain like enough often. So it's like, what is this just part of his vision? Did this actually happen during the explosion? Like, but then they did a callback to the visuals of all those things shooting off in Endwalker, which is really neat. Oh god, creepy. Creepy smile. Oh. Okay.
Well, don't keep us in suspense.
Yeah, that Ellison haircut, if that's what you're talking about, has been there ever since Final Fantasy XI. There's much better ones, at least, that don't have whatever that hairline is, but yeah, it's an oldie.
Let us give the bard something to sing.
Really think they all, I mean, look at even that, the Midlander hero's neck is surprisingly long, actually. Like, as he was walking, usually they don't seem that long when you're, like, looking at them. Ellisons have long necks, though, so that's not a surprise. All right. So, of course, that was the opening movie for old 1.0, right? And then here, to blind you again, is the launcher. Hey, Cryptic, welcome. Let's start. Oh, God, sorry. Some sound effects are fucking loud in this. Now, this is very much, if anybody played 11, this was almost exactly like a copy of the kind of message you would get when you would start 11. 11 always had a message that's like, welcome to the world of Vana'diel. We hope you enjoy your stay here, blah, blah, blah. But please don't forget real life things like getting enough sleep and your friends and family. They don't do that message anymore for 14, but it looks like they had always had that for 1.0. It says, exploring Eorzea is a thrilling experience. During your time here, you'll be able to talk, join, and adventure with many other individuals in an experience that is unique to online games. That being said, we have no desire to see your real life suffer as a consequence. Please do not forget your family, your friends, your school, or your work. Do you wish to continue? Do not fall into a giant time sink, which is an MMO. Off topic, now that you had time to let your feelings stew a bit, any changed feelings about Outlaws? Not particularly. Still the same. Because we had a pretty long discussion session last stream, and that helped me kind of like settle more of my feelings about it. It's not a bad game, but it's not amazing. Yeah, different era. It's a metaphor. The aftermath of that battle flooded Eorzea with a lot of ether. Eorzea was already in... Oh, yeah. Ether-rich. Yeah, because that was also around the time that various groups started summoning primals, right? Like the Beastmen and even other, like, factions of mankind, depending on what their, like, belief structure was. But in 1.0, I think they only got as far as Ifrit and Garuda. They had planned Titan, and actually Titan was finished. But then there was that, like, really horrible earthquake around that time in Japan. And so they were worried. They were like, this might be in really bad taste if we basically release a giant primal that does earth-shattering moves and stuff, like, right after a really horrific earthquake. So they just never released Titan. But I think, like, the cutscenes and stuff are in this. Just not the trial, obviously. Oh! So, okay. This was your character selection screen. I was fucking around, and I made a harsh one. Because most of the preset selections are still the same from 1.0 to 2.0. Obviously, as we move past 2.0, they add more hair, more like stuff that's not like the base part of your character, but the base elements like face, body type, etc. Like all that stuff is generally actually the same. So that's why I was able to basically recreate Haurchefant with the same numerical, like the entries as you would do that in 2.0. We have Titan finished. What do we have as an alternative? Leviathan. No. So like, I'm not sure. Oh, did they release Leviathan? I thought they did Garuda instead. So I thought they did. I don't know if they actually got around to Leviathan. So yeah. Oh yeah, and then they did have, didn't they have Good King Moogle Mog? Because they basically brought it back for 2.0. I can't help but say you when I see it. Yeah, okay, so first of all, character select screen is very different. It does look especially dated. You can't see here. I'm gonna hide. Where's my chat thingy? Do I not have? It's not that. What's this button? Hold on a second. Don't remember what this button is in my stream elements. Oh, the chat box. Oh, there we go. Okay, so yeah. Now you can see the entirety. So it was functional, but it was also not great. So let's go ahead and make a new character, and you can see what it would look like. So first of all, you could have character creation data, but unlike 2.0, they limit you to, I think it's only like 8 slots. All right. So these are ones that I made just for the hell of it. So yeah, 7 out of 8 slots filled. I don't know why they do like a hard number for the number of slots. Yeah, the sound effects are oh my, I forgot. So these, with the exception of like these last two, because I made a Gaddis one, and then I also made a Harshavant one recently, these other slots are actually the ones I saved from back when I was trying out 1.0. I forgot that this one I made to look like my husband. He was not impressed. I made up my husband as an Ellison because he's exceptionally tall. And I did it because the way the character creation thing they had here actually let you, for some reason, make a character with glasses at the beginning, which you can't do in 2.0. So I was like, okay, I'm just gonna make him then. Anyway, I think I tried to make myself, which did not look like me, and then I abandoned that. And then this was me trying to recreate what my Elvan looked like from Final Fantasy XI. But let's do one more. Let's make one from scratch just real quick so you can see what the setup for this UI was. Not great. I'll give you a spoiler. All right. So we're not going to use character creation data. Let me know also if it's too loud or not. I can always like adjust the volume. Okay. So one other weird things to note. I need to turn this down for me because for me it's too loud. They didn't have. So look at your options here. You have Hur, Ellison, Lalafell, Mikote, and Rogadin. If you notice, there is only a guy Rogadin and only a female Mikote. So they directly followed the example of Final Fantasy XI and only had, because 11 had Mithra, which were 99% female, and Galka, which were only male. So their first round, they didn't even have alternate like guy girls for these guys. That only came in 2.0. So that was a big change in itself. They have, you know, your typical explanation at the bottom of each. Also, what's weird is you can run around in this part of the map, which just looks kind of janky. I don't know why they let you do this. This is kind of weird. They let you do it, whatever. Also, they only had a Midlander female. No Highlander. Yeah, exactly. I was gonna say. Yeah, so they restricted quite a bit. I remember this was also at a time where early on in Final Fantasy XIV, I think they were still very much about like having the pretty females, and they didn't want to have like burly, tougher ones. So all these options you're seeing are only keeping like the more petite, smaller female choices, which is interesting. I'm glad they branched out afterwards. Anyway. And I'm not sure if they randomize these, like the initial preset, or if they're always the same guy. Let's see. What's also weird is I can't click on these. I have to click on the buttons on the side. It's kind of weird. Let's pick a Lala. Because why not? And then from there, you could pick what you would normally see, like, for example, for Lalafell, Plainsfolk and Dunesfolk. So that stuff is the same. And now, you get a lot of the same choices you have in the current game, but oh god, it is kind of... Here, I'll turn it down a little bit. Yeah, they just play this the entirety. Like, I like how the music choices they have for the current character creator are a little bit more subdued. This one is just like, yeah, you got a Final Fantasy game, and it's just like blasting it the entire time you're making a character. So a lot of these are the same. What's interesting though is that they would scroll through your options instead of changing the one character, which is a weird choice, kind of. It's not, you know, the worst, but it is a little odd. And what's even more annoying is, I don't think there's a way, you can't rotate this character. Or at least, I don't know what let's see, can you? Oh, wait! Wait, what? Okay, so here's the beginning of many odd choices in 14. Do you know, guess what the keys are to rotate this character? I know you'll never guess it. To zoom in and out, and to rotate. Q and E would make sense, but it's not. Because that makes too much sense. They use I, J, K, L. So I and K to move forward and back, and J and L to rotate. I don't know why. That might be the first time I've ever seen any game use those. Yeah, I know. I don't know. It's like somebody didn't want to use WASD. They're like, fuck that. And that continues into the main game because that's, I think IJKL is also how you move the map or something. Like when you're in the map. I have to like double check it once we're in there. Anyway, so that's weird. So you can zoom in, although look how short. The camera does not adjust for how fucking short this Lala is, so how useless is this zoom in, right? Anyway, so... yeah, so... I need to turn this down even more. Why is this... it's not as loud once you get in the game. Yoshi P when choosing the... No, so this is that's the thing. This was pre-Yoshi P. Yoshi P came in like halfway through 1.0. A lot of these elements were like... Oh, wait, hold on. Let me snooze that. Let me snooze the ads. So let's see here. Looking at hair options. A lot of this stuff... So this is not all that weird. Now, I like what they do currently with the character creator, where they actually show small visualizations of the thing you're picking. Because look how default this is. All it says is style 1, 2, 3, 4. So you actually have to scroll through every one of them. You can't just see at a glance, like, oh yeah, that's the one I want. They're just numbered, which means nothing. Hair colors. So one of the other things that changed from 1.0 to 2.0 is the amount of color options. Like, these aren't bad, but if anybody that has seen the current character creator knows that, like, you have a ton of, like, color options. These are a bit more simplified into, like, the more noticeable, like, groups. It's not, like, more of a slider type situation. Okay, that's a creepy kid. You can pick voices, but notice here... Oh, God. Oh, my God. Okay, maybe I shouldn't have picked a Lalafell. I forgot how weird they sound when they, like, are gleeful. You only had like 3 voices options in 1.0. You know, now you have like a ton of them. So you have this one. Ha ha ha. 2. Yeah, it's kind of normal. What the fuck? That's a deep voice. That's not what I would think a Lalafell sounds like at all. Let's pick the deep voice just because it's weird. Wait, what the fuck? Okay. Alright, what were the other ones here? Oh, we went back? Fuck. Shit. Didn't mean to do that. Let's see, what's the tallest one? They really are still small as hell. Your face options... What's really interesting here, which I think... Now, granted, I don't have a Lalafell. I might be wrong. They had the almost the Taru Taru, like, like blackened nose thing in 1.0. Am I wrong in saying that like in regular like 2.0 14, their nose isn't like dark like this? It's just like a nose. And then irises you could change, mouth you could change. So a lot of this is stuff that you probably remember. Oh god. Wait, I want to pick that crazy voice again. Alright, next. Yeah, it is a little disturbing. Sackboy from Little Big Planet. It's the same proportions, really. Okay, so here's the other really interesting thing they did in 1.0 that they definitely took out for 2.0. Normally, you'd expect you would pick a job type or a class when you start the game. But what 1.0 did, because it wanted to emphasize that crafting and gathering were also valid things and not just some side thing that you could do, is you could not only be a disciple of war or magic, but you could also pick to start as a disciple of the land or the hand. So you could actually start as a gatherer or a crafter with no job, like not a fighter, not a mage or anything, which is really unusual. Makes me wonder how the hell, because I didn't do this when I played the game. There's like no matter which city you start with, there's always a combat thing. So I'm not sure how combat with a gatherer would go. Maybe they just give you like a weapon. The fuck is this? All your past lives? So no, it's not your past lives. It's what you want to start as. In normal Final Fantasy XIV, you pick like, I want to be a gladiator or a lancer or whatever. So it's some kind of combat class, right? You have to be second. I mean, I guess it's for people that really like crafting. Like if I pick this little guy, he's a fisherman, it looks like. And now, look, I can even pick from that. Sure, a fisher, which I've never leveled ever in my fucking life. This stuff is the same, where you pick your astral moon, and then like your sign and stuff. So I think these actually had, I can't remember if these actually had stat differences. Sure, let's save that data. Right, and then you'd be ready to go. Oh, shit. Let's snooze it one more time. And then this is where you would pick your server. Obviously, it's my own server, so it doesn't matter. And then I'll say, what's his name? Let's say Little Potate. Little Potate. Okay. Oh wait, do I have to redo the server? Okay, good. And then, of course, you would pick your starting city. Limsa Lominsa, Gridania, Ul'dah. Now, what sucks is it plays the little fanfare for the city on top of the existing music, so you usually can't hear what the fuck the music is. That's a choice. And then you would say, yep, let's create this character. Now, this is going to be broken because, again, quests don't work for this server version. It's going to plop me right into something. I think it's going to drop me into something that's not the intro cutscene. I'll show you guys the cutscenes afterwards. Oh, right. Okay. Here I am. I'm in the world. And Ida and Papalimo are knocked out, which you won't understand because it skipped over that cutscene. I don't know if this is clickable. Yeah, it's not going to work. So normally what would happen in each intro, whether you pick, one city or the other, is it would have your starting, like your entry cinematic, and then it would drop you into some instance place where you could the whole purpose was, this is your first time in the physical game. It shows you how to run around, talk to NPCs, whatever. Once you do that bit, it would play another cutscene that kind of furthered the plot. And then that cutscene would link to your very first combat moment that you would have, usually with a very easy mob that you would kill with some NPC help. In this case, it would be with Ida and Papalimo's help. Then after that combat moment, you get the finale of that intro cutscene, which would then boot you into the city of your choice. So not a bad setup. It kind of gives you a little like tutorial of sorts for like just movement and like combat and stuff, but also not like super exciting either necessarily, considering that it's giving you a basically like normal level mob to like kill. In the case of this Gridania intro, it's a bunch of like wolf dog things. It's like a little pack of wolves that you like attack. So that's basically that. Let me back out to oh god. Here's the other thing I forgot, because I keep using the hotkeys of 2.0, which are not the same at all. This fucking game was very menu based. So you can't just press like I for inventory or anything that would make sense. I think maybe M for map does work. Oh god, and here's the map. So remember again, I said IJKL moves this map around. Also, unless I'm wrong, you can't zoom out of this fucking thing. They wanted you really close for some reason. So say I wanted to see what this entire place looked like at a glance, I can't fucking zoom out. I guess they must have been like, we really want you to see the detail. The detail. Also, though, for anybody that has played 14, look at this clusterfuck of of things. Like this little labyrinth. Almost all of the shroud. Oh wait, I could bring back these two. Almost all of the shroud was like this, which made it miserable. The black shroud, like no wait, not the black shroud. Is it central shroud? One of these shrouds in particular was like the worst, where it's really just like a giant square of that whole honeycombed effect, right? But you'd have to bring up this. Oh damn it! You can't see it again. You'd have to bring up this side menu to do anything you wanted to do. It's very counterintuitive. Like to look at your attributes, your gear, whether you wanted to party with somebody. So everything would always have to be this little pop-up fucking menu on the side, which is not very quick to do, because that means you always have to like, you know, you're thinking about how many like menu in a menu in a menu like that you have to go like to how many menus deep to get the thing that you want. Oh, also see here that it says NPC link pearls. They had and there's link shells here too, which you know exist. Oh god damn it! I have one more snooze. I'm snoozing one last time, and then I can't snooze the ads past that point. There were NPCs that actually had link pearls that were listed. And I will discuss why one of those is actually important, which is a very interesting thing that does not exist in 2.0 anymore. But in order to do that, let me go back out to a character I've already prepped. So this is like your little, this is what, you know, the starting thing would be. Let me go back to the character, the loud character selection screen. Let's pick Harsha font. Just because I want to run around with Harsha font. Let's go. Oh, also one other thing you guys might notice. The inn obviously has the same music, but as I'm running around, you'll hear music was very different for a lot of the zones that are familiar to you. Sometimes it's still pretty good music. Other times it's like, maybe not quite as memorable. Oops. Oh, that's a bug. Oh, well. Didn't wake up on the bed, but that's fine. Okay, so. First of all, a lot of the inn is the same. We're going to look at the unending journey a lot, like a little bit later, because there's a lot of interesting cutscenes that are 1.0 specific. But let's wander outside for a second. And this is the music for Ul'dah, which is kind of a cool, laid-back music, but different. And I think there's some... So if the first thing you'll notice, which a lot of people always talk about, is... I mean, the camera is a little janky, because you'll notice sometimes when I'm running, it's a little poppy, and I'm not sure if that's because of, you know, the private server thing, or whether it really... I don't remember if it was that kind of poppy, like, normally. But a lot of people usually say that the animations themselves feel a lot smoother and look to be of a higher quality than 2.0, which I mean, I kind of see. They're definitely a bit more fluid, but they also are a lot slower. So, like, you'll see if I do combat, which I actually have to press a combat button here. They don't have quite the same flair as ones that you see. They're almost like more subdued compared to like current animations. Like it's a person actually doing a thing, and then it has some semblance of like a VFX, but it's not like amazing. Anyway. Yeah, so there's that. Actually, I need to load up. Hold on. I have to do a warp option, so every time you go into a certain region, it's going to load NPCs. But since I went into the inn first and then exited out of it, these guys aren't loading. So I have to warp to that other region, even though it's this region, so you can see them. Oh wait, that's Gridania. Fuck. What's the coordinates for? Hold on. I have a handy-dandy, big-ass page of coordinates to warp to of very interesting things. Oh yeah, and that's the warp effect, which is very different from the one that we see normally. So a lot of the NPCs and stuff are very similar to the ones that you've seen in 2.0. Like Momodi is still here for Ul'dah. You can talk to her a little bit. It's kind of a trip looking through these zones that look very similar, but then there's just enough different to make you go like, oh, what the fuck? Lighting is one of the biggest differences from 1.0 to 2.0. But I think one of the weird things about 1.0 is, I don't know if it's like baked shadows or something. Somebody was saying that a lot of things in this game don't cast true shadows. So what you would notice a lot is that like characters seem to have some kind of cast shadow or like a fake cast shadow, but objects and things generally don't for the most part. So that's definitely a look. One other weird thing that would be a pain in the ass is, oh, that's coming in soon, is that there were no market boards or auction houses, whatever, in 1.0. So like notice if I run over here, where normally in 2.0, right here would be a big market board. They didn't have market boards. So what you'd have to do instead is, go back to the inn, because there's a person there. So, okay. What you had to do if you wanted to buy things, and this sounds fucking insane, I'm sorry. If you wanted to buy things, there were market wards that you could put up your retainer. Like, if anybody played 11, you know that a lot of people would usually go to Juno, and they would go AFK with the little bazaar symbol on their character, where they would have stuff for sale. But that wasn't the only way that you could sell stuff. That's just if you wanted to personally sell items. Because they had an auction house that you could put stuff up for sale or buy stuff as well. If I go to the market wards here, they had a lot of different ones to choose from. I think these are all just, it just looks different, but it's essentially the same purpose. So say I pick Woodcutter's Row. This area would be full of people's retainers. So you go in here, you load up your retainer, you give them stuff to sell, and you obviously pick the price and stuff, and you just leave them here. And so somebody needed... Oh, shit. If somebody... Oh, fuck. I have to wait. Finish my sentence. God, it's so empty in here. Oh, you know what I should see? I should see if I can actually... I don't think I can make a retainer. Let's see if I can. Maybe I can. Forgot. I think it's this person. Oh no, it's resting. Where's the fucking retainer person? This one? No. Maybe this one? Fuck. Shit. Which one sells or sets you up with a retainer? Oh, here we go. Okay. I don't know if this works. It probably doesn't. Hire a retainer. Let's choose one for ourselves.
Forge ahead.
So here's the other thing. Oh, goddamn. Let me wait till the ads are over. Okay, good. So, wait, what was I even saying before the ads happened? Fuck. Oh, right. So, there were no market boards. So the place that I was just at, you'd have to set up your retainer and set your stuff for sale that you wanted to sell. And so if you wanted to buy something, you'd have to go to that market area and sift through people's retainers and see what they were selling. How insane is that? You'd have to sift through people's retainers to see if they had the object that you needed to buy and just deal with whatever their prices were. And then also, because similar to, you know, the current game for some people, you could only display a certain number of people on the screen at any given time. So you'd have to constantly move around to load in more retainer people to be able to see what they were selling. That's insanity. I'd either quit or automate it. Probably quit. I'm so enthralled by Yoshi P. I have 1,000+ days on 14. I beat 16 in Platinum. If he ever came out with 1.0, I'd get it instantly. He's never doing it. People have definitely asked him before, and he's like, no. It would probably be more trouble than it's worth for them to basically, like, reverse engineer how they did all the 1.0 shit, because so much of it was so janky. What I was saying here is, I don't know if this is going to work, because a lot of the systems in this don't work, but when you hire a retainer in 1.0, look, you don't even get to choose what they look like. I think this would basically make a character at random of any of these types. So say I wanted a dusk white male Elzen. It just says dusk white male. So I go, okay. And then you get like a little cutscene. What do you think of this one? Just like a randomized character. Now, his name is Almeric. So you could say yes or no. Someone other than Almeric. And then it would say, okay, randomize another one. What is this one? Which one is it? The old man? No, I don't want an old man. Find someone else. This nerdy guy. So, like, you just keep rolling at this, basically. Because you can't, it doesn't just let you make the the appearance that you want, which is already, like, whatever. Fine, let's say yes, the nerdy guy. Excellent. Oh, I can actually do it for this. Okay. Let's call him, Nerdo. Except... Oh, wait, his true name is Theobalin. Fuck your true name. Your nickname is Nerdo. Yes. Am I sure I want Theobalin? Yes. Now, I don't know if this actually gave me him or not. Let's see. No, it didn't. It's busted. Normally, then you would look at your retainer list and then you could actually determine like what they would do and like what they would carry, whatever. So it let you see the process. It just doesn't finish the process. That's fine. Yeah, it does change the cutscene, so that's kind of interesting. One other thing that's really interesting, and actually let me go back to the inn so you could see the cutscene. So that's one NPC that they randomize for you. One of the other things they had in this game that they didn't have in 2.0, and I don't even know if they reference it, I don't think they do, is something called a path companion. And people are probably like, oh, a companion? What the hell? And remember, in actual 2.0, the only companion you have is your chocobo, because that's literally the only thing that pops up in the companion tab, which is interesting that they even had that. Like, it feels like they had maybe more intentions for the companion tab and it just stayed Chocobo and they never fucking made any other one for some reason. But in 1.0, when you progressed far enough into the MSQ, you could pick an NPC that would basically be your bestest buddy ever and would be with you in several of the main cutscenes and speak about stuff and have their own opinions and all this kind of shit. And I think the main purpose of the Path Companion was because your character was a silent protagonist and couldn't really weigh in on anything. Because back then, I don't even think they gave you dialogue choices, like, at all. The Path Companion could. So the Path Companion was kind of like their way of having you or somebody weigh in on what's happening in an event because your character can't. So let me show you real quick. I think the event is fade to white. Let's see. So there's a bunch of stuff in this cutscene. This cutscene, so this may have been around the time that Yoshi P had started in on the team. Fade to White was a sequence where, for the first time, Minfilia actually explains to you the Echo. Because this is going to lead into a different topic. The Echo in 1.0 was not a clear thing. Like, if you play Final Fantasy 2.0, you know, or 14 2.0, it's very obvious when you have an Echo. It's almost like funny, like your character has like a big headache and then it goes and then everything's sepia toned inside the cutscene, and then it's also sometimes like glitchy and shit. Like, so they make it very obvious when you're experiencing something that's not real time. In 1.0, they purposely did not. When you were experiencing an Echo moment, you might think it's present day because the Echo was fucking weird. The Echo was a past event or memory somebody had, but somehow you could actually interact in that event. So the big twist was all of the intros that you experienced at the beginning of the game, whether you picked Limsa, Ul'dah, Gridania, all of them actually were events that happened in the past that you kind of went zoop and then implanted yourself into, experienced the event, and then went zoop back to the present and didn't realize that you had an experience. You thought it actually happened. And so they would start to increasingly make like a sound difference or like a slight effect difference or something every time you'd have a subsequent Echo. To the point that in Fade to White, you have a pretty massive one, and then Minfilia goes, oh, you experienced an Echo. And she finally explains to you what an Echo is and what it can do. So, I mean, maybe we should just, like, go through that. But, like, at the end of it, they would get you a Path Companion, because the Path Companion, their backstory, no matter which one you picked, because you could pick of the same, you know, that, like, with a retainer, you could pick the different races to choose from for your companion. The Path Companion also had the Echo. You must play some great b-ball. You're talking about, I always pick Elizons for everything, so. You could not fly in 1.0 at all. Even Chocobos were added post Yoshi P. Because prior to him, you couldn't even ride, you didn't have your own Chocobo. So there's that. Honestly, I like the idea. It feels better than having a Tav who does nothing but nods their head. Yeah, it's just that, like, you couldn't choose what the Path Companion would say. So they also had, and it might have been dependent on the race of the character. You know, like the Mikote is like fiery and the Elizon might be a bit more arrogant or something. They had slightly different personalities. So what they would say may minorly vary depending on which companion NPC you had. So it is kind of interesting. Although it's a permanent companion. So if you end up regretting the companion you picked, it's like too bad. 1.0 server, it always worked. Well, I think it always worked. It's just that you have to do a lot of setup to make it work for yourself. This is not one of the ones that somebody provided, because there was a period of time where people provided servers that you could like log into. This is just on my own computer. You can't jump. So here's the crazy bit. You couldn't jump in 1.0, and you couldn't also drop off of, like, say you're on a cliff and there's like a slightly lower surface you want to just drop to save time so you don't have to go all the way around the fucking cliff. You couldn't drop down on a lot of surfaces like that. Similar to Final Fantasy XI, basically. And there was an interview I saw with the guy that used to be like the director before Yoshi P like took it. where somebody asked, like, well, will you be able to jump later? And I don't know if it was him covering his own ass or something, but he was like, essentially paraphrasing, like, he didn't see what the whole big thing was with jumping. It's like, oh, you can jump up and down, but like, what does it really do anyway? Like, then you knew that was a problem when somebody was saying, but what's the point of jumping? Why do you need to jump? Yeah, traversal was a pain in the ass for 1.0 for sure. Also, you couldn't sprint. So it was either chocobo or running normally. So that sucks. There's an emulator a while ago, but it required a heartbeat server online and it went down for a time. Yeah, this one is using like my WAMP server and so I have to basically have a lobby server, map server, and world server in the background to allow all the shit to run. Teleportation was in guild. Yeah, so I mentioned last time it was anima. And I got it wrong because on this server, it's only 1 anima to teleport. But I think in the actual game, it was like 4. And I think you had like a max of like 100 points. And you would, in real time, recover 1 anima every like 4 hours. So you can imagine how people would be hesitant to teleport when it's costing that much of that like point currency just to teleport somewhere. It's insane. Let's see, what was this? Is this the scene I'm thinking of? There's Tataru, and she has much lighter hair. Might you be here seeking Minfilia? Aye, welcome to the Waking Sands. Oh, also, Waking Sands? Not in Vesper Bay. Because Vesper Bay, I don't think existed in this game. Well, we could check it later on when I look at the Thanalan map, but it wasn't there. It was like a port or something. So the Waking Sands were actually in Ul'dah that were, I think, connected to, like, near the market wards. Welcome to the Waking Sands, an haven for those who are chosen or have been chosen to walk the glorious path of the 12. Ah, you must be one the antecedents spoke of. Lady Minfilia will want to hear more of your recent awakening at the Arzeneth Orrery. She awaits you at the hall at the first step. What's interesting about the Echo in 1.0 is they kind of also seem to imply that maybe more people have it. Because once you're in 2.0 onwards, it seems like a far more exclusive thing. But with this, considering that a path companion has it, you have it, these other people have it, it starts feeling like it was like a small group still, yes, but more people. Yeah, I can't imagine what this would have been like on... You know what? This never came out on PS3. It was slated to come out on PS3, but I think it didn't successfully come out on PS3 until 2.0 because 1.0 was such a mess. And the visual demands were so high for 1.0, I don't know how they were going to get it on PS3. Because this game infamously chugged for so many people's PCs at the time. Now I have a crazy quadruple core, you know, like a CPU that, like, I actually have to restrict the number of cores that are used to make this thing run. Because if you try to run any more than 14 cores, it crashes. Because it can't handle it. So you actually have to you have to change affinity to like 14 or less to make it not crash or do that. I'm delighted to see you once again. As you may have heard, I have many questions. Also, this is Minfilia. Because remember, this is 5 years prior. So she actually looks far more like a regular NPC than she ends up looking later. Ah, but I seem to have forgotten my courtesies. We have not been properly introduced. My name is Minfilia, acting antecedent of the Path of the 12. Whenever they have a Rising event, there's an NPC that looks like this. Just so that people know, like, oh, that was Minfilia. The chest fantasy... Before she, like, I guess had her growth spurt. Your bemused expression tells me you have not heard of us, which is to be expected. Ours is an underground organization dedicated to the documentation and research of divine intervention, or miracles, if you wish. We have walkers in each of Eorzea's city-states who investigate and report such phenomena. Lady Tataru is one of many who serve as our eyes and ears. I should not bother to elaborate on precisely what I mean by divine interventions, for I believe you've already experienced this phenomenon yourself. You have a rare and special gift. Archipont Greystone? I forgot I named it that. And it is the gift that has led you here to us. And then she'll explain it. The cutscenes are more dynamic. Yeah, so the one good thing, I'll start listing some of the positives, is that cutscenes in general felt better. But that's also because a lot of the cutscenes were straight up, like not these ones, obviously, but like the bigger action ones were straight up mocapped. What you see nowadays is, unless there's a really fancy one that maybe does have that extra attention to detail, they usually are very kind of like efficient with the mid-range cutscenes where they're reusing a lot of existing animations in kind of creative ways. It's like you have a little toy box full of like existing animations and you drop this one in for this and that in for that. But in this one, almost every like mid-range or better cutscene had like unique animation to it. So that was definitely different. Which one? Fuck. Which one did I click? Was that 2? 3? Nope. So that little thing he did, that was like the clue that you had an echo. And at that point, like, look, unlike the current echoes that they show, no sepia tone, no weird like staticky vision, everything still looks like you were in the same room at the same time. So that was on purpose to kind of confuse you about like the fact that something's like, maybe this isn't the present time. Maybe we're seeing what happened before we just entered this room. You found another who you believe you saw Neil's friend's last moments in the Undercroft? After years of naught but rumors, the past several moons have seen the hill of reports on my desk grow into a veritable mountain. Why the sudden influx, and why now of all times? Which of the 12 is waking men anew? Which, if any, at all? Who are you? What are you doing here? This meeting is private. See how she's mad? She's like, what the fuck? It seems you have a keen eye, my friend. And then smacked back to present time. And it seems you've passed our test. Yes, you're wondering how you just witnessed a conversation between myself and Tataru is even possible, considering the fact that one of the involved persons is not even present in this hall. Well then, Harshaphant, that is your gift. And I shall go one step further by suggesting that this is not the first time you have had such an experience. Come now, is it? It is not, is it? Oh, you need not withhold your secrets from me. Here you are among friends, and I give you my solemn word that no harm shall befall you. However, it might still prove prudent to refrain from informing those not on the path of your awakening. Very few will understand this gift, but many will seek to judge you for possessing it. And what you possess is a rare talent which we have come to refer to as the Echo. We believe it is in some way connected to the strange phenomena which have been occurring in locations all over Eorzea. You get that little boob angle there. Were you not witness to the skies turning dark and showering the land with a storm of stars? Some of our brothers believe those who partook in the celestial event were touched by the 12, and that is how they came by their gift. The path is not only a place for study, but a refuge for those who have been touched in some way. Awkward. We aim to uncover the meaning behind these unexplained events while offering protection and guidance to those who hear the echo. But that is not all. My fellow walkers and I share the firm belief that this power was given to us for a purpose. Why entrust man with a gift so extraordinary, after all, if not to have him use it? And so we offer those who have been touched the means to use their power to better the world, to bring peace to Eorzea. So what say you, Harshaphant? Now that you have heard who we are and what we're trying to accomplish, will you consider joining us? I beg your pardon. It was not my intention to force you into making a decision without allowing you time to consider my words. You're free to explore the building and speak with the others gathered here. When you feel ready to answer my question, visit me again here in the Hall of the First Step. And mocap cutscenes would be amazing for this game. Allows more range for the voice work instead of act. Yeah, it would. It's a lot more work, and resources, which is probably why they don't do it, but it would be something. I don't know if they could like farm it out, but they probably want more creative control. Like it's tougher when that stuff is like outsourced. Texture work in 1.0 was overall was very good. I feel that they should have stopped sucking up to Sony and the PlayStation different qualities for different ports. I think one of the problems though was the way they were going. I'm not sure if this, at least in this iteration, could have been ported to the PS3 properly. They would have had to still crapify it so that it would function on the PS3. I'm very curious if they had gotten to that point, how well that would have worked. Yeah, so this echo is interesting in that you can interact with the people there. As you see, they react to you. It's not like you're just some invisible ghost that gets to experience it. But they emphasize that in like 99% of the cases, and I think it's the same in this one, maybe it's just because you're there after you have the echo and she sees you react, you can't affect, it's not like you're in the past. You're seeing the past. So whatever you do in that past event doesn't actually change the future at all, which is obviously the first thing you'd think. Like, hey, if I'm in the past, like, wouldn't me being there fuck things up? No, it's weird. It like adjusts around you basically, so that things still happen, which doesn't make sense. It should change things. Like the outcome that you're watching should be different if you were sticking yourself into it, but whatever. Oh. Very good. I pray together we can learn more of this gift. Though we have scoured the realm for nigh on 10 years, I fear there is little we understand. Scores of men and women have passed through our doors looking to find answers, and scores have embarked on quests to do just that. But their efforts have gained us little, and many have not returned. Of those few who have, not one is willing to speak of what he saw at the end of the path. It's as if they all bore witness to a truth too terrible or too shameful to be told. Oops. Sorry. My Slack channel I have to close. Excuse me. Where did I finish reading? Oh, were I to condone such an act of violation, we know better than the monsters who people think us already. But enough talk of the knowledge we lack. Let me show you what we do know. The echo allows you to breach the wall of a person's soul and hear the resonation of their past. You will be there in their memories, seeing things as they saw them. You may even interact with that which lies therein. However, the past is like a stone tablet. You cannot uncarve what is already written. As an unexpected side effect of the gift, it seems the ability to reach into the soul of another also allows some of us to understand their words without having to comprehend the sounds they utter. In short, the Echo has granted these fortunate souls mastery of every language existing in Heidelin. Now that on its own is fucking valuable as hell. I would just want that. To just permanently know every language. Unfortunately, that is the sum of our understanding of this gift from the gods. Why, we are not even sure if the gift is from the 12. It is certainly true that many of those who hear the echo also claim to have witnessed star showers. But who is to say that even the star showers are sent by them? Now, all of this is super interesting because, let's be real, I don't think they knew this early what they were going to do in, like, Shadowbringers and Endwalker regarding this topic. But they sure as hell did a pretty decent job, I think, of retconning and adjusting things. So it looks like they kind of were leading up to this all along, with star showers, with what the echo was, and what it implied. So that's kind of a cool after effect of this. It is a sad admission, but this very lack of knowledge accounts for much of the persecution faced by our walkers. The less that is known about something, the more it is distrusted by the masses. If we were to learn more of the echo, perhaps we could educate people and help them to realize that we mean them no harm. But until we have learned that which we must teach them, we can expect only hatred. This is a topic that I don't think we've really seen in 2.0. That the echo is something that people fear. At least to my knowledge, I don't remember somebody just straight up going like, ah, demon! But I think the idea is that in 1.0, because you could kind of understand people, see things, that sort of thing, people would see you almost like as like a harbinger of like danger. It's like, oh, whenever this person is sensing something bad's gonna happen. And so you start becoming associated with the bad things, and then people worry when the person with the echo starts like getting sensory stuff about something. So you get kind of in trouble because of your gift. If we were to learn more of the echo, perhaps we could educate people, blah, blah, blah. Oh, but until... Oh, yeah, okay, I said that. So I think after this part, we then are offered the path companion. Pardon my intrusion, Lady Minfilia, but has the adventurer made his decision? Yes, he has, Ataru. Then please come this way so I can add your name to our records. So they had this whole organization specifically for echo people. That's definitely something that got lost in the mix between 1.0 and like post-Dalmud. So what would happen is, there's not a cutscene for this, unfortunately, but Tataru, when you follow her, you get to pick, very similar to that, you know how I was showing you how you pick the retainers randomly? You can pick a path companion. This is the default one. Of course, it's a Makote. Pant. I came as fast as I could. You said you found me a path companion? Allow me to introduce you to Harshfont Greystone, an adventurer, a lately woken walker of the path, and your new companion. They were wearing the same outfit. It's an honor to meet you, sir. And so after that, you would name the companion. And they even make a point of saying, like, whatever my name was before, it doesn't matter now, because I am on the righteous path of the 12, you know, blah, blah, blah. So you get to name and pick your companion, basically, at that point. And that from then on, they are stuck to you like glue for a lot of these cutscenes. I feel that Essie probably got major stuck in some line item contract. Oh, for putting things on PlayStation consoles. It so sucks that they got stuck putting it on the PS3, because if they hadn't been locked to that, I feel like Realm Reborn would have probably been better. Because so much of what they had to do... Because like when you're developing for multi-platform, you have to make sure like the shittiest one runs it well. God damn, I can't snooze this one. I used up all my snoozes. Okay, there's an ad coming up, but I won't let you guys miss this stuff. I wish I had that language ability. I know what the kids and the internet are talking about these days. If it also gave you slang understanding, that'd be pretty funny. 100% gave the stink eye to my work phone right then. Wait. Oh, when I was talking about... Okay, yeah. It's a memory of a moment, but the events happened already. Yeah, exactly. Understandable why the messenger mistake... Yeah. Nobody likes the messenger. Everyone blames the messenger. And then I think this is the finale of that. Are you waiting for someone? A comely maiden, perhaps? Oh yeah, she was really into... There was this weird shit in 1.0 about, like, Momodi being real down for, like, people that wanted to, like, woo her. I think there's even, like, a cutscene where Thancred tries to flirt with her. They didn't really maintain that for 2.0 for some reason. Then may I suggest our finest table? Which one is our finest, you ask? Why, all of them are. This is when you have your first meeting with the path companion. Amazing! So you too witnessed a star shower, and it was from then that you began having visions of the past. Ever since my... what did they call it? Awakening? Ever since my awakening, I have spent many a moon pondering over what this gift is and why it was granted to me. And then I met Minfilia and learned of the path, and it all became clear. I was given this gift that I might help those who have not. And now the time has come, sir. I can finally set out to do what I was meant to do. What we were meant to do. Oh, damn it. Wait a little bit. Yeah, so... The music in this one was actually primarily Nobuo Uematsu, and then I can't remember if Soken was already doing tracks here. He definitely obviously took over the reins for 2.0. But I think all these main tracks are actually Nobuo, which is I mean, it feels like some of his older Final Fantasy soundtracks. I find it interesting that some of the tracks almost like vaguely remind me of some 11 tracks. Not used to seeing... Oh, Tactics Nation! Got a lot of Final Fantasy nerds on Twitch. 30 seconds. Oh, I should show you... There's one Path Companion cutscene I always remember because it's possibly one of the more badass ones. Not for the companion, but the cutscene itself. And the most badass companion cutscene is the very first time you see Gaius. Have you guys seen this cutscene? The first appearance of Gaius Balsar? At the time, you don't know who the fuck it is. It's really cool, though. I'll play it after this. And then after that cutscene, maybe we'll wander outside a little bit. There's a lot of other cutscenes that are really cool that I think are worth watching, but I don't want to just watch cutscenes all. The handgun scene? Handgun. He goes. I mean, that's his primary weapon, I guess. It's pretty fucking cool. He's very Darth Vader, like the first time you see him. Begin your journey, yeah. Start our journey, even though we're not actually starting it. Excellent. I realize that as an adventurer, you'll have many other duties to which you must attend, and so I shall keep my distance until the path calls upon us. However, if you ever need to contact me, you can use the link pearl given to you by Lady Tataru. And this is where the little NPC link shell or link pearl thing comes into play. Because you would periodically get like notifications from your NPC. You know what's even funny for this? Getting your NPC companion? It wouldn't be instant. I don't know if it was them trying to make it feel more realistic or something, but at that moment where you pick the person with the quest with Tataru, you'd have to wait a certain amount of like real time. Like you just go fuck off and do something else, and then you get a ping from Tataru on the link pearl saying, hey, your path companion's ready, come on back. And then you go back. Which is wild to me, that they don't just like immediately roll you into the next cutscene. Alright, so there's that. Now, I gotta show you the cool one. Is Future Perfect, I think? Oh god, there's... So, this whole Future's Perfect, I'm not gonna run through the entire thing unless people really want to, is there's an Alamegan resistance thing going on. And obviously, the Garleans aren't happy about it, right? So, let's see here. If I could summarize it properly... Okay, so Resistance Party's planning to do some bullshit. But then, of course, Gaius comes in and stomps on all of that. And then stomps on you as well, which is kind of cool. I think it's one of these ones in the middle. Oh, it's not this one. God, these things are weird! Like, we definitely didn't see them to this degree in 2.0. It's walking like a giant bird. I think this is right before that cutscene. Oh, right, and this is Mordona. Mordona was fucking crazy. Okay, that's definitely one of the zones we need to look at, so you can see how different Mordona is. Oh. Your path companion. Alright, so I think right after this you guys see what was causing that explosion. And this probably leads into this next cutscene. I think the one I wanted was this one. Oh yeah, this is the one. This one is nuts. This is where they go hella extra, mocapped and all. This is like an example of like the level of cutscenes you could get.
No. It cannot be.
This is when the Alamican guys that you see earlier in the quest. Just fuck you up right there. Bit of a crotch shot.
You were unwise to come here. Impressive. As you wish.
And then I started blasting. They kept this animation in. Thancred still does this, I think against some Sahagin or something in 2.0. So they reused that later.
The cloying stench of shadow lingers still.
Yeah, the shield that Y'shtola does. He's just like, nuke it all. Fuck it. I'm standing 2 feet away, but I don't care. I'm a badass. What an entry. Yeah. That's when you knew you're like not leveled up enough for somebody like that. But yeah, let's walk outside for a little bit. I need to teleport out though. Actually, let's just go directly outside not Gridania, Ul'dah for a second so you could see also what people saw. Look at the zone information. That's a good spot. Camp Horizon. Yeah, let's do Camp Horizon, why not? Second. Warp. Damn. Uh-oh. Is that the wrong one? Did I not do that right? Warp 172130. Huh? Oh, right, you had to exit. For some reason, you can't warp inside the inn. I forgot. There we go. Yeah! I've been feeling the pull to experience a little bit of 1.0 again, and this is kind of the only way to do it. So, the reason why I wanted to jump outside is to show you what people saw towards the end of 1.0. Back when Dalamud was about to fucking drop from the sky. Now, this is still with the actual, like, current map music for the area. Which is, again, a different tune than what you actually hear in 2.0 onwards. Also, one of the things that becomes a pretty big standard is how simplistic these checkpoint areas are. This is Horizon. People remember Horizon from Realm Reborn. It's a whole fucking little town leading up to like a bridge and all this other shit. In 1.0, it was a tent. Now, granted, there's supposed to be NPCs, a couple of them, you know, at this little table and whatever that aren't loaded in. But still, it's very minimalist. You could teleport with the Aetherites, whatever, but I think one of the things that made 1.0 a little bit tough visually was any of these teleport locations, checkpoints, whatever, outside of a major city were so minute. Yeah, proto-Aetherite before they... And that's the other interesting thing. I'm not sure if they said lore-wise why current Aetherites are so much like these huge gnarled crystals and stuff, where they were very controlled little nubs, basically, back in 1.0. even the main ones in the towns just look like this. They might not even be larger. They might be the same size. They did not, unless it's on the side. Yeah, unless it's like some weird side quest I just never did. I had the worst phone buying experience of my life today. Oh no. What kind of phone were you buying? Don't tell me an iPhone. Even better, just north was where you did militia. Oh, so, okay. One of the other things they had, which was cool, and I think they heavily borrowed it from 11, because 11 had, oh god, what the fuck were they called? Campaigns or something? It's either in Wings of the Goddess, god, my brain is not smart enough to remember. It's either in Wings of the Goddess or Treasures of Aht-Urgan, where you could have regions of a map that were under a certain group's control. And so you get abilities periodically to defend that if it's your own region controlling it, or to attack it to get it back from like the Beastmen or whatever that was occupying it. They did this on a much smaller scale in 14 called Hamlet Defense. So Hearst Mill, Golden Bazaar, and fuck, one of the Gridania locations. No, wait. There were 3 locations, and I'm forgetting the third one. They were towns, or like little groupings of tents, basically. But there was a chance for them to be attacked by beastmen. And so they would do this crazy thing where they took, like, I think a real-life day for the whole event to finish and take place. The first day, you would actually be able to prep the defenses. So NPCs would exist in that region to defend it, right? And so you could, I don't know if you like killed stuff in advance to kind of prep their defenses. Craftsmen and gatherers could actually make supplies that would help bolster the defenses, which is really cool. I like that. And then even the next day when you would have the literal fight that would go on for like, I can't remember if it was instanced or if it would like happen in blocks of time. While combat classes would be actively fighting the beastmen, gatherers and stuff could create potions and whatnot that would help kind of like relieve some of the effects during the attack and stuff too. So I liked the idea that they accounted for like all classes and jobs for these Hamlet defense things. So that's something I wish we had. We don't really have anything like that in 2.0. It sounds really cool, but if it was like a full-time thing for defense, it would be a pain. Yeah, so like you would be able to come in for a block of time, I believe, and like kind of do your part, right? I can't remember what the rewards were. The only shitty thing about that version of it in 11 is that, say the Beastmen took over that region, you would lose access to all the perks of that region if it wasn't being held by yourself or like an ally. To the point that even some like, this is either teleportation or like safe hold like areas would no longer be safe or accessible. So I don't think Hamlet Defense was like that, to my knowledge. So that's at least a little bit better. Hamlet was used for relic items. That might explain why, because I don't remember, it was Geralt in 1.0. That might explain why Geralt is in Hearst Mill. Because that might be like an after effect, basically, of like, hey, remember Hearst Mill Defense? Now he's hanging out in here for 2.0 relic stuff. It'd be a really cool thing for future field operation. I hope they bring that kind of thing back in some capacity. I like the idea of like a regular zone getting affected differently, as opposed to something instanced like, you know, Bozja or whatever, where you're expecting fights all the time. Having this like more realistically just kind of crop up at a given time seems pretty cool. Anyway, so like I was saying, this was before like things super went to shit. I think this Dalamud was not the 1.23b version, but through the magic of debug commands, we can see what people saw in the final days before the fall of Bahamut. Let me look up the code. Hold on a second really quick. The super code. I need the weather code. So, it was Dalamud Thunder? Okay. This shit. This is nuts. And this was viewable in all fucking zones. Because, you know, it's huge. So it also wouldn't be playing happy-go-lucky music like this. It would be playing... Turn this up so you can hear it. Wait, did I pick the right one? It would be playing answers. Hold on. Is it 29? Yeah, it should be. I'm not working the zone? Oh, wait. Yeah, so see, you're just walking around. This is how you knew it was the end of the world. Thunderstorms, big ball of doom, answers ominously echoing in the background. And then, of course, towards the end, the devs were actually live dropping enemies into towns. There's a really funny video I saw where somebody's just running around in town and suddenly there's a fucking train of monsters just barely in the distance that's starting to run down that same, like, alley. And they're like, oh shit! This is like a horror movie. Like large, like level 50 monsters just like suddenly invading the town. Like you're the only one in that alleyway. It's like, get the fuck out of that alleyway. You should go on the ship between Ul'dah and Limps. I think that's Vesper Bay. There's, let's see. It's not called Vesper Bay, which is the confusing bit. Let's see. It would be in Lenosha. Mistbeard Cove. Kobold Encampments. I don't know if it's listed on this. There's Morby Bay. It's also visually confusing because, like, here, let me show you one of the problems with this map. I'm gonna cheat myself up high as fuck. Oops. Not that nudge. Exclamation nudge. Be a little higher. Up, up. When you're looking down on the map, one of the things I do like, even though we have a smaller map technically in 2.0, one of the things I do like is that the regions kind of look distinct. One of the major problems of the maps in 1.0 is you see how literally even at this height, you can see how sections of this map are copy-pasted. There's like, it's very hard to tell, like, where am I? Because this area here looks just like this other area over here. And it doesn't help that all those little towns aren't even towns. They're just like tiny ass tents. So it makes it even harder to tell. What's down here? Is that not Cutter's Cry down there, is it? Let me nudge myself back down. Oh shit, too far down. Too far down. Up. In the floor. Maybe a little bit more. Shit, too far. What area is this? This is the only area when I was up there that looked remotely like different. Oh, is this? I'm gonna look at the map, which is not gonna help me at all. This isn't even indicated on the map. Where I am here is just like a big, fat, like rounded square. I think this is supposed to technically be Vesper Bay. So I think what this is actually, maybe, is you remember that kind of area that now has a bunch of like ruins and like shallow water and shit between Horizon and Vesper Bay? I think this is that area. But it looks, obviously, a lot more distinct in the Realm Reborn version than it does here. Let's see if I can just run over to... I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be Vesper Bay. This ferry docks, even though it's just called ferry docks. I think I can even load... Just load that. Yeah, I can. It'd be better than me flying there, because I'm probably gonna fuck it up. 172... million numbers. I'm trying to like sift through here. Okay. There's the Eorzean for the bay. Oh, is there? Oh, you're right. But see how crazy the maps were at the time? They don't say this at all. So wait. You know, if I'm reading Eorzean, this looks like it says Horizon's Edge. The footfalls? It's funny how, like, sometimes, depending on what the word is, I can actually read it. I mean, obviously it says footfalls here, but it says it here. Yeah, no translation at all. Time to learn to read! But look, this is Vesper Bay, which is like, what? Like, what is all this? It's just a dock. A single pier. This is definitely before anything was built out. And then I can, I might need to nudge through this. Because I can't jump! Oops, no, fuck. Oh god, and the other annoying thing, I have to press space to open up the say menu. I always forget. There we go. Yeah, so like, remember... Oh god, I don't even know where that goes here. Just north of Vesper Bay, you could run up to that area that was basically like a Garlean outpost. But I guess that doesn't even fucking exist here. But we do have a chocobo. Which is insane, because look, it's just on this menu here. This music is kind of insane, though. And again, look at this long-ass tunnel. They did this thing often where, they did have instance zones for, like, dungeons and stuff eventually when Yoshi P picked up the reins. But initially, I think what they were trying to do as their, like, claim to fame was that they hid any loading. They didn't want to do a black screen to another zone or whatever. So they would have these areas periodically that were like, you're just in a tunnel for, like, 30 seconds, so that it could load in shit outside of the tunnel. I think maybe this is the direction that would go to where the Garlean outpost is. Let's see if it actually goes there. Because remember, in Realm Reborn version, this is where they have those big, like, the jumping frogs and, like, the weather. I think it's like, slightly gassy looking or something. Like, in this area. God, I need to speed the fuck up. Speed. It takes so long to get anywhere in this game. Woohoo! Now we're going. So does it not have... I might not have the Garlean outpost. Another windy tunnel, so it's loading something else. And then this will give you fucking deja vu, because look, we just came from an area that looks exactly like this. So it had a pretty bad copy-paste problem with the maps. It was pretty common to get, like, lost easily, even with, like, a map, because you have these areas that just look like all these other areas. Yeah, Mass Effect elevator? Yeah, it was exactly that. Like, where does this one go that's taking forever to go into it? Oh, another similar... What the... Like, I didn't even have to check... Yeah, we're technically in a different area. Maybe it's this thing? No, that says Western Thanalan. It doesn't say. So if we go... Oh my god. Which direction am I even going? I got all turned around. Let's try to go up to where that big, like, leg was at the top. Oh god, I need to look at the map. Am I? And this doesn't even correspond to the tunnel that I'm in. I'm, like, just going through sections of the map. I don't even know how the fuck I'm supposed to... Like, now I'm in this area, but how do I get to this thing? Like, if I try to follow what looks to be in the map... Like, look, now if you see in the upper menu thing up here, where's my... It's really hard to see because I can't zoom in, but there's this teeny little Dorito chip of my indicator here. And it looks like I should be going through solid rock or something here, but I'm actually going in a tunnel. Which is not indicated on the mini-map, like, at all. Okay, I'm gonna try to see where... Hold on. Nudge. I'm gonna cheat. I want to see what's up there. One more. I need to actually see what I'm looking at. Wait, can I not look at the map anymore? Oh, whoops. Never mind. Okay, so if we're just purely going in the direction of whatever this L-shaped thing is up here, what is it going to be? It's not even like a... Okay, wait, I actually... Okay, now I can drop down, because I actually see... Oh, nope, too far down, too far down. I need to be down just enough so that I could touch a surface and then it'll, like... Close enough yet? Yeah. Okay. So what is this even? There we go. What is this supposed to be? It's gonna go to just a dead end. What was even the point of this? Why is this L-shaped thing here? Oh my god. I mean, okay. There you go. There's fucking 1.0 maps for you. Yeah, it's so for anybody that needs landmarks, and most people do for a map like this, the map would often not really properly coordinate with what you're actually seeing, like 90% of the time. And this is still not as crazy as the Black Shroud maps, because as we saw earlier, it is a clusterfuck. Let's go to, oh, one of the things for folks that are the most curious about drastic visual changes between 1.0 and 2.0 is, famously, Kurthus. So we should definitely go to Kurthus real quick. Hold on. Let me find the zones for that. Because Kurthus is night and day difference. Actually, since we have Harsh Font, let's go to Camp Dragonhead. Let's see what Camp Dragonhead looked like in 1.0. Prepare to be thoroughly underwhelmed. Get off this fucking chocobo. Welcome to Kurthus. Welcome to Harshifont's base. This is Camp Dragonhead. Yet another tent-based little stopping point with a single aetheryte. Can you imagine how drastically different things changed? It looks like a generic nothing, doesn't it? But yes, famously, Kurthus was one of the greenest areas in the game. Which is maybe why it's like such a massive joke that is literally like Iceland in 2.0. God damn it, ads. Across the desert and through the mountain to the canyon to the crescent. It wasn't, but there wasn't any treasure at the end of it. Camp Dragonhead, this is where I first saw the Ozma Mount, a formative moment. Wait, really? Was it just somebody was like flying around with it? It's pretty funny. Here, let me, let's nudge up so we can actually properly see the world at a glance here. I wish it was daytime. I don't know how to switch the day-night cycle in this place. Oh, the other weird thing about nighttime. Notice how it's just, it seems like super blue, and it doesn't necessarily look like actually dark? That's because it wasn't actually dark. They literally put a blue tint on the game whenever it was nighttime. Because you notice it's not dark. Everything's still well lit. They didn't even have an attempt at like darkening any environment or anything. It was literally just a blue tint. Which is crazy. Go faster. Okay, so basically, Kurthus, green and lush,
Forge
very,
ahead.
very generic. I think what Kurthus might be one of the worst ones to have the generic impact. It also has, look at all these weird like blockages and shit that you have to worry about when you're running, which is annoying. Now, some of these are indicated, but a lot of them aren't. People that know anything about Kurthus know that there are the 4 vigils there, right? 2 of which, I think, of which are actually like dungeons in Realm Reborn, right? But I don't think any of them were actually playable in 1.0, but they were physically there. But what's weird is, yet again, on this map, they don't indicate all of the vigils, and some are written in Eorzean, which is annoying as hell. So, for example, this one is Dusk Vigil. But there's another one that isn't over here. And they're all... Oh, I think this is Stone Vigil. So this one here doesn't... It has the little icon for the vigil, but not any English text. Similarly, up here at Prominence Point, Steel Vigil, I can read, but it doesn't say Steel Vigil, like, in English. And then where was the other one? In like some random spot? They should be near Ishgard. Further up. Oh, Dawn Vigil. So for some reason, Dawn Vigil is in English. Dusk Vigil is in English, but the 2 middle ones here aren't. And I don't know why. Now, since we're on Haurchefant, if we're trying to find that cliff overlooking Ishgard, that very famous cliff, it doesn't properly exist, but I'm pretty sure I can approximate where it should be. Oh, God damn it. Am I actually running? Okay. So, as we know in Realm Reborn, that the cliff face with Haurchefant's like memorial thingy is next to this vigil, kind of. It's like up the hill. So this vigil is here. If we follow that direction, there is kind of like something overlooking Ishgard. So it's roughly around here. But what's weird, of course, is it doesn't have that weird set of like almost like Stonehenge looking stones that are right before the cliff. One of which has the one of the gods like symbols on it. So that's excluded for some reason. And also what's a little weird is, I guess it's kind of the same angle of the castle, but it's a little bit off. Like it looks like it should be like further up this way, but there's literally no cliff over there. So this would be roughly the same point in current Kurthus. Maybe change weather for command. Oh yeah, I could change weather, but not time of day. Unless, let me double check. I'm pretty sure the weather commands are just for... Oh wait. Maybe there's a day. Hold on, my bad. Or does this just change to a certain day? Let's try this. Uh-oh. Alright, so maybe not... Oh god. Maybe worse. Maybe I don't do that one. Let's change this to something else. Oh, if you want to see a cool one, there's a weather for fucking Ifrit. Primal weather. Where's the moon? Oh, right. I forgot. And then you'd also see Garlean ships randomly just flying by, because it was that part of the 1.0. But you can't see the... Is this the wrong weather? Hold on. Or maybe this area isn't primal based? Wait, rainy weather. Oh, it is rainy. Okay, I don't want rain because it's gonna ruin my bitrate. You know what? This actually looks like Garuda weather. Because it's like windy a little bit. So which one is... Is there specifically an Ifrit one? I wonder if it changes the primal weather based on which map I'm in. Because when I tried to, I was testing stuff out the other day, and when I did primal weather in Thanalan, it looked like Ifrit, which makes sense because that's where the Ifrit fight happens, right? Fireworks? I don't think this works, but let's try it. There's no fire. There's probably no fireworks in Corythus. Anyway, go back to. So Corythus was really different. One of the other ones. Oh, I didn't show you the weird thing they did for Ul'dah, which is like why. Hold on. Let's go back to Ul'dah real quick. When I was talking about the loading zone things, there's something really obvious they did in Ul'dah, which is like, come on. Like, I appreciate what you're trying to do, but it just looks kind of silly. Oh, whoops, I didn't do warp. Fuck. Okay. Oh, shit, I need to turn the speed back to normal. It's like an insane person. Okay. So, wrong way. This way. So normally, for those that know, when you get to this part of Ul'dah, this thing is not usually closed like this. It's open. And then it lets you zone out into Thanalan. But again, because remember their mentality was they wanted to let people feel like it was a seamless experience from map to map. 8065. I can't remember. Did I try that one? Hold on. I thought I did. Oh, whoops. Well, that gave it a different daytime. So, okay, so you're wondering, how the hell do I get outside to Thanalan? Well, they've got it figured out, but it's a really roundabout way. So, you go down this alley here, and you're like, huh, okay. That's interesting. Oops, wait, I think that weather is screwing with the lighting now. You're kind of running and running. It's like, why is this huge, weird, empty hallway here? Because this long-ass hallway was set up in such a way that it would start loading in everything. Because you notice, for example, like because the weather's different, it loaded in stuff while I was running through this hallway. It would load in stuff while you did that unnecessary run through that huge empty hallway. And now you're suddenly in Thanalan. And there's that. Actually, is this daytime without Dalamud? This might be the, oh wait, no. Oh, that's almost more ominous because it's behind the clouds. Look at that. It's like, oh, what a nice day. Oh. Oh, it's not so nice because this fucking seething red, like, sun behind it. Oh, wait, now that we're in Thanalan, I think that the primal thing might actually work. Hold on. Go back. Yeah, okay, so it is region-based. So Kurthus was showing me what looked to be Garuda's weather, because there's the windy and you see little feathers and shit. Thanalan, if you do that same code, this is clearly like, you know, the eclipse shit for Ifrit. And you see all these embers and things, which is really cool. So you could change the weather to that. Which is back. That's interesting. But yeah, I would say one of the biggest bummers is just how long it takes to get from point A to point B in 1.0, because sure, wow, how big the maps are, whatever, but as we've seen, it's very easy to get lost in the maps. They're very generic looking. It's not like you're going like, oh, I'm really looking forward to seeing this tree over there. You know, like, we're already seeing this exact tree pasted like 20 times in the distance. Like, I know trees and stuff are reused in maps, obviously, but they're so blatant about just, like, not even making them look kind of unique at all. And you need low transition somewhere if you have fast travel. Yeah, like, I was never particularly bothered by, like, oh, okay, we're cutting to black and here's the name for the next region, whatever. But I could see how they were trying to feel like they were really advancing with having these seamless kind of solutions, I guess. I'm easily lost in maps who aren't designed. Yeah, these are not great maps. They're grandiose, large maps, but you just get really lost. What was the other thing I wanted to show? Oh, right. Gear. I forgot about that. Look at this crazy gear setup here. It's kind of something, I guess. They wanted to look like, I don't know why these are arranged in such weird groupings. Like the leg, like it's not even like symmetrically laid out. It's just like clutter. like it's just kind of scattered in like a little haphazard arrangement, which I find very funny. But one interesting thing that they don't have anymore is underclothes. So look, you see two different pairs of pants here. One is your legs item, but the other one here is an undergarment. So you have two undergarments. So if I take off his clothes here, or science, he still has these other clothes. Let me take off the legs so you can actually see. He has basically like long johns. And this thing, which actually still exists in the game, but like as a body item, right? It's called a well-worn undersleeve. Final Fantasy people are never nudes? Yeah, pretty much. I don't think they are ever nude. Even in the current one, they have just underwear at bare minimum. But yeah, so these were additional slots, and as you can see, kind of, it's so tiny on here. They also have defense stats, so like, you would want to equip something underneath. I just find it very interesting that they have that. What was I wearing? That? And on top of that, the one that everyone likes to mention is belts. So look, if I zoom in close here, and I take the belt off, look at the belts here. It actually removes a bunch of shit from his belt. So unlike Final Fantasy XIV 2.0, all the way up until like, what was it, Shadowbringers? Had belt slots, but they didn't show up visually. But in 1.0, they actually accounted for a wide variety of belts and shit that you could wear that would actually show up on your person as one of your wearables. But one of the problems they also had is, if you notice when I change gear, I think they would have to load every piece of gear on you. Instead of having maybe a more efficient mode that kind of loaded it all as one completed set. Look, when I change out one of these things, you notice the entire character has to refresh to stack back in all the components that made up that character again. So, unfortunately, there was a lot of very inefficient shit going on, like, under the hood for this. Do the hanging bits and bobs have their own bones? They might. Let's see if I run around. Can't actually tell. Because I can't jump. The easiest way to tell if I jumped up and down They do look like they kind of... Oh, wait, look, this little pouch here. It's hard to see. I'm going to try to zoom in a little bit. It does kind of swing a little bit different from the skirt. So it might actually have its own bones. Not 100% sure. But yeah, so that was a thing. Like, it's illegal to be naked in areas. Yeah, no, I don't think anyone... Well, unless you wear underwear that's the same color as your skin, which lots of Roga didn't seem to do that for some reason. You have some kind of underwear on, right? So anyway, if anyone actually also has any requests to see things or watch things or whatever, please just let me know, and then I can obviously shift to check those things out. But I'm just kind of free-forming it here and going over stuff that I recall being, like, really interesting. Fuck. Is there something related to this I was thinking of? Oh! Attributes. So... No, it's not the category. It's points or something? So they did this thing that kind of existed for a minute in 2.0, but they eventually phased them out, which is attribute points. And attribute points would be like additional points you put on top of whatever your existing stats were. And this, I think, was to try to customize it for folks. Like, oh, maybe I want to put like all 40 of my points into strength or intelligence or whatever. Now, obviously, you come into the problem where, like, say I go from a mage class where I put everything into either intelligence or mind, but now I'm like a warrior, and that shit doesn't help me. I don't remember if there was a way to easily reset this, or whether each level you were stuck with whatever the points that you picked. Because I know that was a problem in 2.0, and then at a certain point you'll notice they just removed that system entirely. There's a lot of kind of systems that they initially had, and then they completely got rid of once the system kind of didn't work well for that setup anymore. So you got a lot of these little vestigial limbs from 1.0. Like, for example, Gladiator, Thaumaturge, Pugilist, Lancer, all that shit was from 1.0. And now when you look back on it, it's kind of weird, right? Like, you go from those classes into an advanced class, but then later on with new jobs, none of them have ties to those old starting classes anymore. And it's because they were trying to phase them out, but they couldn't just get rid of them outright because they were just part of the the foundation of the setup. Because I think they probably had to keep those older classes in, because if somebody was a legacy player from 1.0 and they went into this game, they probably still had some of those classes. So I don't know what kind of havoc it would wreak if you bring in legacy characters that suddenly don't have any of those classes anymore, unless you had to do something crazy where you'd have them reset all that shit, which would probably piss them off. And what's hilarious is that the races still have different starting stats, but yeah, they've really minimized them. Whatever they have, so even in 2.0 at the beginning, they had some percentage of, like, is it like elemental effects, or like a very slight, like a couple HP or something this way or that. Now I don't even know if that's even in the creator, the character creator thing anymore. I think it might be totally gone. Because remember, like, again, Realm Reborn, it had materia. Now we just have what? Savage Aim, Savage Might, was it the fucking accuracy one? All, like, we have pretty normal materia, but we used to have elemental materia. We would have materia based off of, like, certain attributes, like you make you more resistant to effects like blind and poison and sleep and shit, which is so situational, but we had them. And actually now, I don't know if they completely removed them. Some people, almost like collector's items, still have some of those in their inventory. Yeah, elemental potions. So you can see the entries for those on the market board still, but I don't know if you can actually buy them or not. But they're still there. It goes to show, like, they really had some crazy detailed plans worked out for, like, oh, people are going to want to use this for this situation, this for that. Unfortunately, what it boils down to is everyone will find what works the best and not do any of this other extraneous shit. So even, for example, like current materia, who uses tenacity? No one. Well, nobody that knows anything about the materia. Because like for the gains that you get in tenacity, it's not better than just getting more of like savage aim or might or any of the other things instead. So there's still a little bit of leftover junk, but antidotes vaguely. So some of the older raids, and I guess it's mostly Bahamut, still had purposes for certain potions. But I do feel nowadays, like, I might be wrong because I'm not like I haven't done a savage raid in a while. It's just I'm too busy with work and shit. But like when I was raiding, you would get people that would still pot for things. But now it feels so situational where even some people that like, yes, the joke like food and pots and whatever, but like only the ones that really care about like maximizing their DPS kind of worry about pots nowadays. And the system has kind of been simplified to the point that like you don't really need to do that. Unless maybe for ultimates or something. Now look at this. I fell for it. Remember in regular 14 when if I've seen this cliff I could just jump down? Because it's not that far. Can't jump. Nope. I have to... Oh, wait. Then I weirdly clip jumped through that bit there. But past a certain height, it doesn't let you drop down. It has like weird collision for certain heights. I don't know why. People still pot. I've heard of people really care about food. Yeah, food is the bigger draw, honestly. Because I think the buff you get for food is more noticeable than some of the pots. But I remember back when I raided, there were still people potting for certain, well, you know why? It's because some of those attributes don't matter as much anymore. With like dex potions, strength potions, right? There might still be people that do that. But I also don't know if they just do that out of habit. Because they might have been the same people that did that back when it actually made a lot of a difference. But yeah, speaking of the antidotes and stuff, there used to be fights where some of those effects would be so annoying that people would bring the potions so that they, you know, to keep the healers able to do their task, you would have whatever potions you need just so you can get yourself out of all these situations instead of expecting the healers to do all of it. I mean, I'm no high raider, but I'm sure it helps for some really... Yeah, no, but that's what I mean. But I feel like when the content was a bit more generally... like, I feel like Coils of Bahamut almost everybody tried back in the day, at least to a certain degree. Nowadays, I think there's a bigger rift between the casual and the... I don't even know if I'd call it extreme, like the more mid-core or whatever player that does raids and stuff, where you probably get a lot of people who just don't care about potions and whatnot. Nowadays, just avoid... yeah, nowadays it's more just about mechanic avoiding or following, rather than mitigating shit that happens to you. Like back in the day, for example, you would have a mechanic where it's definitely gonna hit you, and it's gonna have some kind of bleed effect, or poison, or dodge the fucking, you know, paralysis shit, or whatever. But now it's like, if you do the mechanics right, you probably just don't get affected by one of those kinds of effects. So they kind of just changed the way a lot of boss battles like happen. Sorry. Let's go back to the inn for a second. What's the closest one? I think the easiest one is the Ulda one. There was there were a couple interesting cutscenes, because like if people care about lore, oh yeah, so who here doesn't know anything about Nail Van Darnus? Because I feel like she was one of those characters that also got lost between the cracks, unless you played Coils of Bahamut, which then the enthralled version shows up, right, at one point, which was really cool for people that like knew about her and wondered what the hell happened to her. Have you been in... Oh, you're right, Mordona. I forgot. Okay, I'll show the Nail Van Darnus stuff right after. But that was an interesting character that was pretty compelling for 1.0. Let's see. Mordona. Open up the list. Oh, Mordona was a trip. Because I forgot the music is also creepy as fuck. Let's look at what poor Camp Revenant's Toll used to look like. It's going to be another underwhelming one, similar to Camp Dragonhead. Oh, right. Fuck. I need to leave the inn and then warp. Yeah, so Mordona was before, because once Bahamut like crashed all that shit down, the resulting ether explosion like super corrupted all the crystals and things that were already in the area. And the area was already kind of rich with like weird ether energy anyway, so it just kind of like really overdid it. And it had this creepy music playing the entire time. They still use this music. They were using this particular tune a lot for Garlean-related things, often in Realm Reborn. See if I can find... No, the weather's not creepy. It's supposed to be, like, misty and shit. Hold on. I need to find the right weather.
Wow, this is really terrible.
As you can see, though, look, it naturally had a lot of crystals even before, Actually, where am I? Oh, you can kind of see Midgard Sormer's corpse from here. Hold on. I need to find the right. It was, I don't know if it was ever this clear. I think it's gloomy? Yeah, this. It was this. When you see this like weird shimmery shit in the air? Yeah. It was just more like enhanced compared to kind of what Mordona is now. There's an airship? Yeah, and there's Garlean ships that go through here. Yeah, let me fly up so we can see Midgard Sormer. Oops. So once again, very generic, because look, it's a lot of the same stuff. Same, oh my god, same bushes literally everywhere. But at least you have different things to see with all these like crystal outcroppings and whatnot. But the gloom also made it hard to see further than like a certain degree. Oh shit, a little higher. It's a little silly with the running speed. But what's cool is that you could go to the entire Mordona. So in current Mordona, it's locked off like here and here. You have access to this top arc, like this half, but you can't go to the bottom half. You just look at it. There's Castrum Novum, which I think had the altercation with Nail Van Darnus. And then this leads into the Black Shroud over here. But again, Camp Revenant's Toll is like a tent. This is an FF7 song? I mean, it's Uematsu that did these ones, so it definitely has some derivative feeling, like, elements, for sure. But the only difference here is because, you know, you can't go through water and whatever, I don't think you could ever get super close. You could never really get super close to Midgard Sormer, so you'd always just see this whole silhouette from really far away. They do mention it was a tent, and I know it... Yeah, so, I showed last time in 2.0, or not 2.0, in current 14, the old tent actually still exists in current Mordona, which you can see if you just go outside the west exit of current Revenant's Toll, you'll see the old Revenant's Toll tent that's all destroyed because it looks like the Aetheryte crystal got super corrupted, like did some crazy like monstrous growth. Yeah, that I believe is the Aetheryte crystal like interacting with all the other crystal shit and causing like a big like explosion. And so they built right next to it and made an actual, you know, town out of it. But yeah, so one of the other things that was creepy about this Mordona was it was like kind of like the end game area in a way, because all the other zones usually had things you could kill relatively easily. But Mordona had like level 50 shit, and you could only get to like level 50 in the game. So, actually wait, it might have even been higher than 50. I might be wrong. It might have been like level 90. But it essentially had stuff that would kill you if you tried to fight it like on your own.
Forge ahead.
So this music plus really high level mobs plus this environment would be scary. Plus, in the story, you're having a lot of Garlean battles and what Garlemald shit like in the area as well, because there would be like Garlean troops and stuff to deal with. So this would certainly be one of the more dangerous areas. Nope. Went down too far. Fuck. 30? Oh, not enough. There we go. But yeah, pretty cool. It would still be high level in 2.0. It's the 45 plus area. The burnt tent. Oh, are you in 14? If you load into Revenant's Toll, and you know there's a west exit and an east exit. The east one obviously goes towards Crystal Tower. Take the west exit and look directly in front of you, and you should see a little tent that looks very similar to these kind of tents, kind of like busted up, and next to it a huge fucking outcropping of crystal, which it used to be the Aetheryte crystal for that tent area. That's basically old Revenant's Toll. There's a couple cool spots like that show what happened to like old fortifications. Yeah, there's like one or two big ass frogs. Like the frogs took over that area. There's a similar themed thing, because we didn't obviously go to the Ishgardian areas in 1.0, but they also show an older school Aetheryte crystal that got affected by ice in Western Corythus or whatever. What the fuck is that map called? The one that has hold on, sorry. Western. Yeah, the Western Highlands. I don't know how to describe that area. So in the Western Corythus Highlands, there's a little abandoned, like snowed in tent kind of area that has an Aetheryte crystal that looks like it was shattered by the pure coldness of like some ice shit. So like it's infused with like ice crystals. But the Aetheryte crystal itself kind of looks more like the style of these ones, these older ones that are more like structured. So I always thought that was kind of cool, because I thought that felt like it was an implication that like, hey, there's a lot more of these little tent kind of setups in areas that we didn't get to see in 1.0 that had to change over time. Yeah, exactly. Like whenever that crazy instant, I don't know if it was instant cold snap hit Corythus, that little tented area, it's near a frozen lake that usually has like, oh my god, my brain. I think they're those little like, you know, the fish that just float around because they don't like swim in the water. There's a fate that takes place there sometimes, like a really easy fate. Yeah, the Calamity is all kinds of fucked up Corythus. Corythus might have gotten hit the worst. Like, look, Mordona was always a kind of a clusterfuck. That didn't change that much, relatively speaking. It just became different colored crystals. But Corythus went from a lush green area to just ice 24/7. Yeah, I think I visited it in the last stream, because I was like kind of pre-gaming stuff by checking some old like references to things. Okay, so now that we did this and we checked out Mordona, I'm gonna show you how weird Nail Van Darnus was. Because there was a whole... Whoa. Speed, go down. There was a whole plot where Nail Van Darnus was really the big bad of 1.0, and then doesn't get mentioned really almost ever again in 2.0, except for anything related to Bahamut. And then of course, yeah, Ruby Weapon, because they kind of bring it back there, but it's even more steps removed because she just looks like a big goo. It's so gross. Just a big goo person that comes out of the back of the Ruby Weapon. Oh, whoa, how do I... Oh, can you not change speed in here? Okay, hold on. Fucking... The inn takes no debug commands for some reason. Always have to be outside the fucking inn. There we go. Oh, you know what else is very underwhelming in this particular game? When you level up. Usually you would think leveling up would be really fucking awesome. Let me show you the noise that it makes when you level up, and it feels like nothing. I have to switch to a different thing. So if I was gonna level up... I'll give myself enough XP to level up. That's it. That's the level up. That's you level grinding and shit, and then in current 14 you get the fanfare and the big the bigger letters and all that stuff. This is just like eh. Do it one more time. It almost doesn't seem like they give a shit. Like nothing happened. You would really I guess now I'm just fully expecting that. Don't get any of that. There we go. Okay, now go back in. I still need to play Whirlit. Oh yeah, you should. Well, the story's so annoying to me. I want to say, and I did say in the past, I like the fights. The fights with the weapons are fucking cool and fun. And I've done all the extremes and they're very enjoyable. But the story bugs the shit out of me because it's such weird revisionist shit for Gaius, where he feels like, hey, it's another character, but we're also just going to say that it's Gaius. And the kids are dumb. The kids have this, I'm not going to spoil it because you haven't done it, but I'm just going to say the plan that they have makes no sense. And they are all like lemmings just waiting to get themselves murdered. They're so nonsensical, but they play up the plot for drama. Like you're supposed to feel bad for them. I just feel bad for the fact that they're too dumb to think of a much easier solution. I like the milk drinking. Okay, he's a horrible person, but I was very entertained by how awful he was, as a person. That kind of, we don't often nowadays, I think we get too many of the sympathetic villain things where it's like, oh, I'm bad, but you could totally relate to how bad I am because I went through a whole lot of traumatic shit, whatever. I like having bad guys that are just fucking bad. Just pure fucking evil. No redeemable quality. We need some of those. Athena was great because she was just a bitch. Wait, Athena? Which Athena? Are you talking about God of War? Or was there Athena in this game? There's a lot of Athenas I'm thinking of instantly. I support women's wrong. Dude, I support anybody's wrongs in a story. That makes them interesting. The thing I don't like is when they do all the wrongs, but then the story, again, not to spoil anybody that hasn't finished on Trail, but there's a particular bad guy that, bad a lot of the time definitely want to kill him. Then when they're dying, they start trying to sympathize him, and I'm like, no, I don't. No, I'm not gonna sympathize with that. You're fucking stupid. Just let him die. Don't try to attempt to make me feel bad about him dying. Fuck that. No. Oh yeah, that was her name. Oh my god. Yeah, she was just nuts. She was crazy manipulative evil. And yeah, it's satisfying when you defeat people like that. I think an evil character who knows and revels in it, sadly, rarely, because too many share your villains. Right. Like, when they initially did it, like, you know, with Emmett and, like, even, like, what's his face? No, not Hythlodaeus. My brain keeps wanting to say Hermes and those guys. It's like, okay, I get it. That's good. But I don't mind the sprinkling of just straight up mustachio twirling evil bad guys. You know, you could do that. Nail Van Darnus was basically fucking crazy and evil the whole time. Now, it's not unknown, but it's made unclear in the story as to whether she was always kind of nutty or whether she was slowly being enthralled by Bahamut. Because, excuse me, by the end of it, she's obviously enthralled. She's got the red eyes and she's like pledging her allegiance to it and stuff. But in the beginning, she seemed like she's maybe just a little crazy. For some reason, I forgot she was called Athena. I did too. That's why I asked, like, who was that? But they did a lot of those, like, Greek, Roman kind of names and stuff for the Elpis people. So, it lines up. I think there needs to be a balance. Not everyone needs a reason to break things and does it for the fun of it. Yeah. Hermes is an idiot. On my whack job bird woman, there's no point. Okay, that part is questionable. But the stuff he was talking about where, you know, a lot of ancients didn't care about the life that they actually created, and they just kind of found it disposable and all that kind of stuff. I felt that. Like, his frustration at the system of how a lot of things were done and nobody questioned it or thought twice about it. I was like, okay, I get it, and I get how that makes a person feel sick over time about, like, how the injustice of all that. Now, some of his choices were pretty awful. Very bad decision maker. But from the point of view of seeing, like, what his feelings were that pushed him to those terrible choices, that at least I could find, like, relatable. Perhaps, yeah, the enthralling did not help her. Also, there's a fun story about Nail Van Darnus because the whole thing of, was Nail Van Darnus a man or a woman? From what I've read, in Japanese, I guess, they use, like, a genderless, or, like, some kind of, like, it doesn't specify the gender of the character for Nail. And so most people, you know, because you look at the armor and whatever, and you just assume, oh, it's a guy. And there's no voiced dialogue for Nail either. So that's the other thing that threw people off. To the point that the localization team assumed it was a guy also. And so did all the localization with he this, he that. Turns out later that the reveal was going to be that it was actually a woman. But it's like, you know, the haha, got ya. Because you never saw them unmasked. So, like, it's going to be a woman. But when they had the coils of Bahamut and it was a woman, everyone was like, huh? But what's the guy? So they were like, oh, fuck. So they basically retconned the story that it was a sister of Nail Van Darnus. Nail Van Darnus died. The crazy sister took over the helm in revenge. Started all the crazy shit because apparently regular Nail Van Darnus wasn't, like, enthralled or whatever. And then that's how we get to the point where you see the female Nail Van Darnus in Coils of Bahamut instead of a male one. Yeah, it's a retcon because people are saying in the translation, it doesn't specify a guy, which is fine. I mean, now that it's treated as lore because they officially wrote it that way to patch up that question. But I just remember it being very funny where people were like, huh? Because they couldn't figure out, like, was this some random other person that was brainwashed into thinking they were Nail? But that's even more of several steps removed from a solution that makes sense. So they just opted for, at least it's a sister, so they're related. You know. Yeah, Japanese doesn't use this many. It's also like, it's like contextual, right? And unfortunately, maybe the English translators didn't have the right context. So let's look at some of those, just so you can see how crazy she is. Fuck, what was the first one? Because you're just minding your business initially, and then Nail Van Darnus like comes up one day with a bunch of her troops, and she's like, yeah, I'm gonna fuck things up. Like, here's my introduction speech. Hold on, let me double check. Because she has a scene. First appearance. You say the quest? There used to be a great site that you could look up, like, for example, a character name or something. And they would basically say, like, the quest that they appeared in? Can't. Oh, maybe it's Gamer Escape. Might actually be the one. Van Darnus. Not say. Rise and Fall of the White Raven. Oh no, this is a story. Damn it. Okay. Because I don't want to go through like every single quest on here. It's like a lot of things. Yeah, give them some slack. The translation was probably hamstrung in 1.0. Yeah, I think so. It definitely feels like, for example, when Yoshi P came in, like, I don't know if Koji... Oh, no, he was there, because he was in the no-clip documentary about Final Fantasy 14. He was there in 1.0, but I don't know if he was in the same, like, position in terms of localization, so he might not have had that same power to change things up. Oh, here's one thing. I don't know if have you guys seen the intros to each area? Because one other thing, when we were talking about how cool the cutscenes are, the cutscenes are fucking nuts, like the intro cutscenes. I wonder if the Limsa one... I mean, I have a good enough computer. The Limsa one, famously, back in the day, was the one that sometimes crashed people's computers. Because there's water effects, a giant... I think, at the time, it was Leviathan, although they changed the design a bit, where every fin was rigged. So it's like, there's all these things that were like a heavy load on your system that all happen at once. And it's like a lot. It's not this one. I think it's this. Yeah, let's watch these real quick and then we'll look at the Darnus thing. And then for people that play Endwalker, this is a very familiar scene at the beginning of Endwalker on purpose. It's so funny that just people just sit on floors and shit. Like you're waiting for a boat tour. It's like there's not even enough chairs for everybody. It's like, oh, you just sit on the ground. It's fine.
Here. Feel. Think.
How many times they would say that shit over and over again. And then, of course, that's when you'd get released to gameplay where you could actually talk with all the NPCs. Feel. I can't remember if he talks in this. Oh, he doesn't. Okay. So they do one of these things where it's like, okay, they're all chatting. And then after this, after you chat with NPCs, I believe this one's the one that goes into the crazy stuff. Very good. Wait, who's doing the think? Thank you for the bits, by the way. This is where you see the star. Well, if you're doing Limsa, this is where you see the star shower for the first time.
Look out!
Oh, Y'shtola. Baby Y'shtola! Before she was any kind of badass. Well, I mean, I guess she had her cool little, like, shield thing that she could do.
Hurry back to your cabin, friend, lest you become the sea's next victim.
She won't hold much longer!
Do they say it because it sounds similar in Japanese that way? Ite. Kanjite. Kangaete.
Brave one.
Oh, right. So then, for the Limps intro, fighting these little gooey things is your first taste of combat. Now, I don't think you're fighting, like, all of these. You're fighting, like, a small group of them.
Mind the stations, men! Stow the damn coppers!
But a lot of this, as you can see, is like very specific animations. Like, they're definitely mocap, because they're not just like, I'm doing the same reaction each time. There are always, oh, they're very bespoke.
Gods forfend.
That guy's getting jumped by squids. He was almost in a hentai. They would tease the guns so often in 1.0. There was even, oh, we didn't go to Limsa. Oh, we need to go to Limsa after this. You know what? Let's do it thematically. We've already looked at a bunch of Ulda, so I explained that. It's not a big surprise. But Limsa also has a bunch of changes I forgot about. Here, we'll do it after this, so it just kind of lines up well. Oh, wait, hold on a second.
Now they're coming!
She does the shield quite a bit, actually, in the 1.0. It's kind of fun to see it come back like once. I think during the
What's going on?
that fateful dinner in Realm Reborn. I guess against what's his face, Xenos also, but that one didn't work quite so well.
Brace yourself!
Oh, there it goes. The thing that crashed people's computers. Huge. All the water, wind. Yeah, and then then somebody's computer just crashes. This is extremely smooth, as it should be for a new computer, but like back then it would be choppy as shit. Like, you'd be lucky if you get like 20 frames. And then I think, was that 4 or 5 that I just looked at? Wait, maybe this is the same one. Hold on. Oh, this is after. Okay. But the cutscenes were really cool. That is one thing I am sad about, like, missing out on. We've had some moments in the newer game where the cutscenes are cool, but they're certainly not as intricate. Oh, that was quick. And then I think this last one is just telling you about Limsa, like, landing there. Yours couldn't handle Gridania? Oh, that's right! We should look at the Gridania stuff after. The changes aren't quite as obvious, but Limsa it's weird. I feel like Limsa does look a lot worse in this one. There's just it's like so much stone and nothing else. To their credit, Limsa's a lot more colorful in the current version. There's a lot more like little red drapery and flags and stuff where, look at this, this is all like some concrete, some more concrete, some stones. It's not quite as like obviously with the characters it's bustling, but like visually it's not necessarily as like impressive. 1.0 has serious nostalgia factor. Like I love how armor sounds in the decks and things. It sounds so much more substantial. If you died in AF1, it was a whole kitchen falling on the ground. Oh, because it like it. I wonder if, you know what? I kind of almost wonder if, since they seem to handle equipment individually almost, I wonder if it has a different sound per equipment piece, because that would be insane. But yes, let's look at Limsa real quick so I could show you how it changed. Oh yeah, that multiple pipe drop. Oh my god. So ridiculous. What's the code for it? No means. I do think that the voice, like, we joke, right? We joke about the bad voices or English voices for Realm Reborn, but a lot of the voice choices for 1.0 are like even worse. Pretty bad. Especially Papalymo. Holy shit. When we look at the Gridania one, it's really bad. 128. Okay. Oh, god damn it. Right. Out of the inn. Outside of the inn. It's kind of sad how many people forgot about Papalymo. Like, whenever you see those montages of like, oh, we're so sad so-and-so is dead. Some people include Papalymo and other people just forget. Oh, it's nighttime. How do we... I want to do the daytime code. What was that again? I still have it in the memory here. Oh, wait. Oh, that didn't work. Oh, wait, but that was for... Oh, that's the wrong code. Weather code. There we go. Although that does some weird lighting stuff here. I don't know if that's actually supposed to be... Okay, anyway. This is almost their earliest voice actor work since it started around the 12 release. But didn't 12... I mean, 12 sounded a lot better. I guess they weren't sharing cast yet. Oh, wait. This is doing something weird to the lights. This may be not a good weather for daytime. Hold on. What's that one? That is 8065. Okay, let's deal with it. Because the other codes aren't daytime codes. They're like actual weathers. It's just going to turn it back to nighttime, I think. So I have a lot more lines and they didn't know where they were going with 14 yet. Yeah. 14, the story kind of didn't exist until Yoshi P actually came in, honestly. Like, even the stuff with the Garleans and Dalamud and whatever, that wasn't a thing back then. Oh, 8002? Okay, let me try that. Because the lighting just looks off here. Oh, nope, nighttime. It's still nighttime. It's like nighttime, but now with daytime clouds. Because it's supposed to be technically nighttime right now, just screwing it up. I need to go faster. Let's go fast. But yeah, so like as you can see here, there's some red. Oh, goddamn ads. Why ads? Why? So like this part will be familiar to people because it is very similar to the one that's in current Limsa. But it's also like a lot more simplified. Wait a minute. We'll wait. Some of these early flags almost remind me a little bit of the Sandorian flag. It has the same, like, red. So yeah. A couple things I'll mention early while we're doing ads, because then we'll just actually walk over to the area during the ads, is they changed up some locations of things and merged some things, and then when you get the final version in Realm Reborn, it's either gone or, like, shifted to a different thing. So, like, for example, there's a Musketeers Guild in 1.0 that doesn't exist, I'm pretty sure, in 2.0. The spot that it's at actually looks like the Marauders Guild, which does exist. But you see a lot of people practicing with guns and shit, which I don't think is in current Limsa. Isn't the Shield of the Gun Guild still? I think it is. So, like, the Shield is, but then it's not actually that guild, right? And then there's also, like, an indication of an auction house that I don't think exists in current Limsa. Alright, we're back. But the biggest offender here is, look, this looks familiar, right? The main square? Well, what the fuck is this? This big fucking rock dildo in the town square instead of an aetheryte. So this was not an aetheryte square back in 1.0. Oops. This is just whatever this is. It's a creepy, and it also had this interesting. So, like, this also was a lower area for some reason, because, you know, in the current one it's just flat, right? So they have, it's hard to see here, and with my bit rate, I don't know if you'll see it, but you could see water. Like, there's a little water feature kind of thing happening right here in between the stairs, which is kind of cool because, like, look at that shininess. Like, it actually does look like it's water, like, flitting down through, I don't know where it's coming from. But this is very, like, unimpressive to me. So this was all changed up. Oh, right, the Fisher Guild is so boring looking. Hold on. Warp over that so you can see it. It's so funny. Fisherman's Guild. Get up to 24. Also, see where we're at here? Anybody who knows this area knows that normally in 2.0, see this bridge? It keeps going, and then I believe it also goes left to where the little, like, thieves guild or whatever is, right? The rogues area. That little room where you do the rogue quests and shit. That just doesn't exist here yet. But look, just this hole in the wall is the Fisherman's Guild. I know in, like, the actual, like, if anyone has 14 open, there's a lot more, like, decoration and shit in here. And I think this is, like, yeah, there's a ship at the dock, so it's missing a lot of ships. I think this one, is this actually Carvelane's ship? Or is this Sicard's ship? Because I think this one is in both. I don't know if it'll actually let you go in. Or maybe it does. Go all the way to the top, though? Oh, wait. Maybe you can't go to the top? That's interesting. They don't let you go up to the top of it. It's, like, blocked off. No top of the ship for you. Oh, look, though. Is this where actually the Marauders Guild is supposed to be? Because it's the two axes. Why would that be where a boat is? What the hell? That's a little odd. Yeah, so anyway, this area is not as interesting, right? But that's kind of par for the course for most of Limsa. They really built up a lot of these like blobby rock faces and cement and concrete and shit. But there's not like a lot of color to it, which is really interesting. Plus, I heard that Limsa would be a pain in the ass, like if you had a bad computer, because it would load in like every individual light and stuff. So if you saw this from a distance, it still had to load up all the all the light fixtures and things. So it would be annoying for people. But yeah, let's look at the thing that doesn't really properly exist anymore is the Musketeers Guild. I wonder, for the longest time, I mean, they had a Musketeers Guild, so they must have been planning to do a Musketeer at some point. My question is, why was that, like, vetoed? Because they clearly just went with Machinist, which is very different, and it doesn't really have ties to even Limsa at all. So yeah, if you look here, again, more boring facade than is normally there. When you walk in here, doesn't this look familiar? But it looks familiar because it's normally the Marauders Guild. And I think these are all axes up here. They're not like, it looks like a dragon head with like with two guns? Yeah, maybe they weren't sure how to implement in 2.0. Maybe. It did take them a while to make Machinists, so... And their outfit even doesn't look like this is definitely not a like he's got a gun in his pocket. It's definitely not a marauder. But a lot of this other stuff is still looks the same. Actually, wait a minute. Harvaline wasn't in 1.0, was he? Wouldn't he be like around here somewhere? Wasn't this like usually where Carvaline like hangs out, like overlooking stuff? Although even this is kind of set up a little differently. It looks like this is still the culinary... Okay, so this is still the same. These high-quality animations. Oh, what is this? Oops. How do I zoom in? Can I... Oh, there we go. Cooking that one burger. Uh-oh. Oh, no. No! Oh my god, why did my... my OBS just, like, had a, like, a brain fart. For a second there, it was like, it was gonna crash. Why is it... Oh, why is it recording? No, stop recording. What are you doing? Hold on. I didn't click that, did I? Oh, hold on a second. Is it back to running normally again? Okay. I think when I zoomed in, for some reason I accidentally clicked my start recording on OBS, and that really fucked with my frame rate, but it should be fine. Yeah, that should be his spot, right? Where that overlook for Carvaline. So I guess he must not have appeared till maybe 2.0 or something. Oh, wait. Why is he doing that with the... Look at all the effects and stuff that went into just one guy cooking a burger. You got the steam, you got the little flames, you got the sizzling sound effect. They could have worked on this part with the spatula a little bit better. I mean, that's pretty good. That's pretty good animation for just a guy doing his job. I think these other areas... What is this? Ocean? Oh wait, no, this is where Carvaline's thing is. It's up here. This is... Instead of Carvaline, there's a potted plant. And remember, the potted plants had almost the same number of polygons, apparently, as a person, so... just pretend that the potted plant is Carvaline. So, one of the interesting things about old city-states is that the current ones, to kind of keep things manageable, split up, usually, the city into two parts, like upper and lower usually, or like newer Gridania, older Gridania, the whatever the hell parts of Ul'dah. I always forget the names, the steps and whatever. But in these ones, it's technically all one zone, but you're just doing a lot of running to get to the lower areas. Clearly, there's no difference in the, in the polygon count for this. Yeah, unfortunately. Hey, Coda. So yeah. Oh, here's the guild here. Although I need to load them up because they don't exist since I have a different zone loaded. And it looks like the same zone. I do like the older city themes though. I wish they'd find a way to like kind of work those back in more. There we go. Now everybody's in here. The leave quest counters are like way glowier. Maybe I just haven't looked at the counters in a while. Strangely, I think his character was a downgrade. What, Carvelane's? Or wait, which one are you talking about? I wish they'd do more with his character. I prefer this Limsa theme. Yeah, I like this one in that it still feels like, I don't know why, it does feel like a port to me. Maybe it's kind of that bombastic nature. The pot was so insanely cramped with details. I think, yeah, do potted plants need to be that detailed? No. I do think sometimes in the new one, they're not detailed enough. Because sometimes you do a close-up on some food or whatever, and it's like a triangle. So I do wish some things were kind of upgraded a little bit, because it makes it look like extremely last gen now and then. I think they had them as map drop orchestrion roles, but I think that's it. Well, at least then you could have it play in your house or something. I wish they would stitch the world together better now. Memory isn't the issue anymore, and yeah, it's tough because it's like, that would be a massive overhaul to the areas. I don't know how they're currently set up to function. And it does feel like something they do if they were out of other things to do. Like, say interest waned in the game eventually, as people are claiming it has in Dawn Trail or whatever. Sure, that might be a thing to kind of bring some people back if it's like you're starting to institute the fact that, like, you know, that PS5 or whatever now is our lowest, you know, multi-platform option. So clearly we can upgrade things because that system can handle a lot more. We're not dealing with the lowest common denominator fucking PS3 anymore. Yeah, the grapes did change, but that's what they had. But if people hadn't joked about the grapes, those grapes would still be the same big blocks that they were before. What's this fish? Oh, can't go into that. Shit. So yeah, Limsa looks a lot more dull to me. The lights are kind of fun at night, being all glowy and whatnot, but I just think the massive amount of gray from all the stone without as nearly as much. If you look at current, like if you have 14 up now and you look at current Limsa, there is so much more red everywhere. Like somebody went in and said, we're just going to add banners fucking everywhere. Which makes a difference, because otherwise this place, the music sounds energetic and exciting, but like the location kind of does not. Okay, so we saw Limsa. We saw Ul'dah. We should look at Gridania. Because that one changed, but I think in less extreme ways, honestly. By comparison. Now let's check out the Adventurers Guild. And you can also hear the theme is different too, which will be fun. I'm curious, how did 1.0 determine time of day? That's a good question. I don't know. Because as we've seen, there's not like, I mean, there is like a code for it, but it seems like it's not doesn't consistently work. So it must have had maybe like a different system just for the day-night cycles, perhaps? Oh, there's way more. Okay. Everybody recognizes this, yes. But it does also look like, I don't know if this was quite as stained glass looking in 2.0. Something about this feels way more detailed to me. One other interesting thing to note here is some characters in, some Elysian specifically, in 1.0 are actually dusk white, and then suddenly in 2.0 are wildwood. So like Mother Mew in here, people recognize her. Look how her skin is almost like gray, because she's basically coated dusk white. But if you see her in current 14, she has a much more like rosy, like a warmer tone to her skin tone. And Estinian is practically like gray blue. So he was also another guy that was dusk white. Oh, I could load up one of his cutscenes. And then he definitely is not dusk white anymore. She also looks slightly evil. She have like a little devious face. She looks like, oh, for some reason the eyebrows seem like they're almost like angry even though she's smiling. Kind of funny. I do also feel like this theme sounds a little bit more like light and whimsical, maybe, compared to existing Gridania theme. Can I not use this? I'll have to talk to him, actually. So, okay. Aetheryte Plaza was not in the same spot in 1.0. Oh my god, look how long it takes just to use the Aetheryte. She does a little fanfare. So the Aetheryte was actually what looks to be... Oh my god, where are we on the map? Good lord. Oh god. That didn't help me at all. Where am I? Where the hell's my arrow? Oh, there we go. The arrow is so tiny. So there's an Aetheryte and an Aetheryte? So there's a big Aetheryte. And then there was like a smaller one. Like, right here. Why are there two Aetherites right next to each other? That makes no sense. So what's funny too is, in this area, you can't just click on the little Aetherite. You have to talk to an NPC so that they can use it for you. I think, doesn't this area with the river and the little stone actually exist in Gridania? Just not with an Aetheryte on it. But this is supposed to be your Aetheryte square, your main Aetheryte, and look how tiny it is. I'm gonna try to find the actual Aetheryte Plaza now. I get super lost, because look at all this tunnel shit again. I think it's here? Oh my god. Oh wait! Is that... I'm so confused. Is it this? Oh, it is! Okay, so this is the Aetheryte. This is the Adventure Guild. It looks a little bit different, and the wood almost seems darker or something. But this is the, oh, the Jonas... Yeah, okay. So that achievement area looks like it shrank, right? It doesn't look quite as big. This is the actual Aetheryte. Look, it hasn't even been formed yet. So this island here with the flowers essentially becomes the actual Aetheryte Plaza, and then they add the little bridges and shit to it. I can't even walk over to it. And I guess that means they also don't even have the, because this building up here is supposed to be where you can do the Grand Company stuff, but it's a nothing burger right now. Yeah, it's funny that some of the, even though the general areas are larger, it feels like some of the buildings are smaller. Actually, wait a minute. Is the airship thing still underground, or did they not even give you access to that? Oh, right, I forgot you can't drop down. Oh my god. you can't even drop... Oh, okay, there I can drop down. Oh, they put a thing here? Remember in current one, aren't there stairs here that you can just go down? Oh, whoops, fuck. I have to re-grab this area again. They don't have the NPCs. Oh, whoops, that's the wrong one, no! It's this one, right? Okay, good. I was trying to see if there's maybe an NPC to let me in. Let me in. Wait, link shells? So instead, I can't... Oh, is the south? Okay, okay. Oh, okay. Good. You can tell I don't go to Gridania that often. Okay, so I don't know if the airship stuff works. Begin my duty in Riven Road. It's not gonna work. Yeah, it's not gonna work. Is this the airship person? Let's go to... Hold on. Yes. Oh, it doesn't work. Okay. I thought since it wasn't a quest per se, it might work, but I think even that doesn't have the scripting for it. God damn it. It's Ravenhard, the final 45-minute. Oh, the one where you're fighting on the like the big pedestal shit in the sky? Okay. Why is that for this? I guess because you're near an air... Like, this placement seems so random. There's no gold saucer, at least as far as I know. I'm pretty sure gold saucer was added in 2.0. If I'm wrong, please correct me. Because, for example, there was Hildebrand, but I don't know if they introduced, like, his dad. I think it was just Hildebrand and Nashu. But yeah, this is also similar to Limsa. It's a lot more subdued. And for some reason, all these areas now have tons of tunnels to get from one spot to the other. Like, look how much you can't see anything with these high-ass walls. Isn't this near the botanist? Oh no, is this Lancer's Guild, isn't it? No, 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 not Lancer's. Archery. Archery. Can I go in here? No. I probably have to load up the Archer Guild. I like Hildebrand better in 1.0. He's short and sweet, which makes him funny. Now he's... Yeah, I mean, he still does some wacky shit in 1.0, because doesn't he get, like, throttled all the way up to Dalamud? It's just that I don't think the quests were as long, probably. Trying to find... Oh! See, normally, this would be around where, the market boards are. But there, as you can see, no market boards! Whole lot of nothing. Trying to find the Lancers Guild. I'm trying to see if the Makedo Amphitheater actually exists here yet or not. I'm basing this off of what I remember running through actual Gridania. Normally it's like past this, right? What's that? Shrine? Look at these long tunnels. Maybe they don't have the amphitheater here. Oh, no, no, this is where the achievement thing is. This is still about as big as it is in, this is as big as it is in 2.0. Need to go south. Oh, you're right, because it's past this, like, on the other side of this shit, isn't it? Okay. It's just, this stuff is so spread out here. It should be, like, around here? Oh, what the fuck? Maybe it's not here. It, like, cuts into something else instead. What the fuck? Oh, yeah, now it's going through, like, its own day-night cycle. I just can't control it. Did they move it around a bit? Because it is south, but it feels like this in the current one isn't this far, like, west or something? They space it out weird. Hold on, I'm just looking at the map. Whistling mill. Maybe it's not here. Because there's not like a thing that indicates... I'm trying to read the Eorzean. It's like it just doesn't exist. So something for... Yeah, sure. What do you want me to try? Time 160? Okay, hold on. Yeah, I think... Because I now feel like I'm just going in circles. I think Makedo Amphitheater actually doesn't exist. Because there's these other elements. Apkalu Falls, which does. And it should be south of Apkalu Falls. But as you can see here, it's just like not really a spot for it. And then all of a sudden, you're already at the Adventurers Guild down here. So it's like they just don't have it. Very odd. Okay. It doesn't exist. It's southwest of where you are. Yeah, yeah. So they created space out of nothing in 2.0 magically to put it in there. Okay. Let's see. You said time 1600? I don't know if that actually did anything. Because if it was daytime, it's still daytime. If I change the time... 18? Let's look up when I'm doing it. Unless it doesn't do it like in town. It doesn't seem to do anything. Yeah, I don't think it did anything. Because the numbers I'm seeing up here in the way upper right didn't change. Unless it's a different command than just time. But yeah, so this is the Gridania one. Let's look at... what's interesting lore-wise is a lot of stuff happened in 1.0 in Gridania lore that either doesn't exist in 2.0 or was changed. Like, for example, the White Mage quest. So I mentioned last time when we were looking at, you know, current 14... all the 1 to 50 job quests are actually almost the same exact, like even down to the dialogue, the same exact cutscenes and whatnot as they were in 1.0. Like I played the Dragoon one on both versions, and it's minus where the thing is happening, because they clearly like picked up the whole thing and put it somewhere else in Kurthus. The scene itself plays out the same like camera angles and everything. But White Mage, I think they basically changed a bit of what the elementals were, like lore-wise. So the 1 through 50 for White Mage is the only one that's completely different. Weather... Well, I did the weather one. The problem with the weather one was it was causing weird lighting. The 8002. I could try that 2201, 2200. Let's see. That... Did that do anything? I actually don't know if it did it. It says change weather to 220, unless it just looks like that now. If you happen to pick a thing that is the same or very similar looking time period. Oh, right. I need to load up the inn. Just a second. Okay. There we go. Oh, somebody was asking about this last time, so I'll show you. Speaking of the inn, there's a really cool thing that was happening like towards the end of 1.0 where sometimes you would get nightmares when you would sleep. And it's not like they explained any of this stuff. So it's like you would just log into your game normally and randomly there was a chance that as you logged into your game, if you slept at an inn, you would wake up from a specific nightmare, which is pretty crazy. Oh, god damn it. Okay, well, while the ads are going, I'll try to find that. I don't know if it was in... It might actually be in side quests? Oh, Jesus, there's a million fucking things in here. Oh, it might... No, it might not be side quest. It might be other... Nightmare. Oh, fuck. I don't know if these are different. These might actually be the same, but just be linked to certain ends. Yeah, the prophecy thing was cool. And also, it kind of is an interesting implication of... Did the Echo back in 1.0 actually give you prophecy or prophetic abilities? Because in current 2.0 and onwards, I don't think we've... I'm trying to think. Have we seen into the future? You know what? We did once. Well, or at least it's the only time I can think of that we definitely did it, is when we begin the game in 2.0 and we get that vision of turning into our relict version of our class and blasting, I guess it was La Habrea, right? Because we hadn't done it yet. But that's like a vision of things to come. But apart from that specific vision, I'm not sure if we've actually seen something into the future. Never mind, I did a secondary check. That's the transition time and not time of day. Oh, okay. Hey, Lost and Found, welcome. So, like, this is what you would get. If you're minding your own business, you log in one day to 1.0 and you're like, what am I going to do today? And then instantly people would be like, what the fuck? What is this? Why am I seeing this? Oh, this is the Limsa version, so you see Meryl Web. So you must see like Raban or somebody else, like for the Uldal one, maybe? Neil Van Darnus. You fell out of your bed. Like, what the fuck happened? That's fun. Like, an unpredictable thing like that. I don't know, for example, like how many times it would show you that, but that's pretty fun. Oh, these have the battle. These were the Hamlet battles I was talking about. So it looks like they had 3 before the end of this game. Allaport, Hurst Mill, and the Golden Bazaar. So they had 1 for each region. The record scratch. I think they use this music in something currently. Oh, it says the... Oh, sorry. It says the battle for Allaport. And then that would start the whole, like, defending the Hamlet thing. Let's see the ending. Is it CC? I've definitely heard it. They definitely used it in some completely different thing. Chased all those guys away. That's a very different... That fanfare almost sounds like one from like... Is that like when you win at the Gold Saucer Chocobo race? I've heard that somewhere else. They have this weird Sid Echo thing, but I think they just made the Echo do not do... Oh, right! The one that people asked about and they never got an explanation. If you guys remember, there's that one bit where Sid is reminiscing about the first time he decided to like become, you know, a defector or something like that. It's younger because he doesn't have his little beard thingy going on yet. And he gets a vision of a little glittery version of you that just comes into being and hands him his goggles. And that's how he got his goggles? And it's like, what? When did this happen? Is it a self-fulfilling prophecy? One day you go back in time? Oh my god. What an 8.0 you start doing time travel events, and one of them is like, to give a friend a pair of goggles, and you're like, what? We're finally doing this? I guess I better make sure to wear my shitty, like, level 50 gear that I had at the time, so everything lines up perfectly. Let's see here. So we saw Limsa, we saw... Oh, we didn't see Ulda. Ulda is maybe the only one that actually has plot relevance in Shadowbringers. Because Thancred mentions what happened to Minfilia's dad and that he wasn't able to protect him. But you never see it. You see like a little sepia-toned like picture. It's actually really interesting. Hold on, let's look at that and then we'll look at... You know what? Let's go in order. We're in Gridania. Breaking my own rules here. Let's look at the Gridania first and then we'll look at the other one. Oh, that is not right. It's not that one. What? No. Sundered Skies? Yes. Apologies in advance for Papalymo's voice, because it's the worst. You also get more lore if you do, what was it, the Alchemist? Yeah, Alchemist, and I think maybe also goldsmithing, I think. But definitely Alchemist, because it talks about Flamine's lover that died, the Elzen guy. Because like she gets to talk to his ghost or something? There was that whole subplot they just like forgot about. There's like, actually... That's another cutscene. They show him getting killed in a cutscene in 1.0, actually, by like a mysterious dagger. Star showers. I can't remember what they say for this. It's that like Ida and Papalymo, because that looks like a Garlean ship. Were Ida and Papalymo like jumping on that ship, destroying it, and then crashing? Because they just land in the ground. I never really thought about that. This is alternate Harshaphon that gained the echo and actually became one of the Path of the 12 or whatever. Which is unfortunate because this is the realm that got destroyed, so... Yeah, the wolves come afterwards, which is your very first combat in the game if you start with Gridania. No, but okay, that's the messed up thing, Raven. It's not actually Ida. Because they established that this is still Elise. It should have been Ida, because that would have been a really cool twist. But she indicates she was still... it's one of the things I'm the most disappointed about with that subplot. That she was already Ida at this point. That Ida died well before you met her. It's just like, okay. Yeah, they switched real early. Which I don't get why. Like, the perfect thing would be, like, oh, the Ida that you actually knew before now no longer is that Ida. Okay, and then so that would lead into the two NPCs on the ground where you could click on them, and then it teaches you movement and interacting with objects. And then you get this bit. What a weird outfit, if you think about it. Why even bother having the super duper armored legs? I mean, you're a monk, so it's mostly fists,
head.
right?
Near Gradonia, you think?
Oh, take a look around. It's obvious, isn't it? The quiet, the calm, the beautiful flowers. There's only one place it could be. The great beyond. I do believe we're dead, Papa Lima.
Oh, Roger, take you and your great beyond.
He's 40 years old. Why does he sound like this? Oh.
See? Look, here's a psychopomp come to guide us along. Granddad, is that you?
It's like,
Would
what?
that make them? Your dearly departed childhood pets come to play fetch.
Always the cynic. Is it so? Oh,
She's so funny sounding
Take the
here.
chains or it'll be
Almost
our
like she's
fair
well-to-do.
over my dead body. Fetch some of this.
Oh my god, too much spinning. What the fuck? It's like... So then you have your first combat with those dogs. It's gonna be worse, because I think, don't they... Yeah, he says something weird here, too.
Hit them harder!
Something's wrong. The air here feels so heavy.
This is a very lively cutscene. I like this one a lot just because it's so fucking crazy. Ooh.
12 be good.
Also, how does a tree just eat things? Where does it go?
Perhaps we should...
This part is great. You get a lot of personality on your own character as well.
Oh, come on!
Put me down!
He's like, go faster. Yeah, the camera angles are a lot more like fun and dynamic too. Definitely. Now it's like they use kind of the same groupings of... Oh. I don't get this. Like, Moogles could actually like stop time? They certainly don't do that anymore. But also keep in mind, these were intros to the game. So it does make sense that the first 3 intros in the different, like, cities are really fancy pants.
Warden of Arbor Primeval, hearken unto me. Relinquish thy
Kid.
wrath, and betake thee once more to thy vigil. The wood's fury is quelled. All is safe.
These assholes. Look at them trying to pose like they're cool and they literally didn't do anything. They did nothing. They just land like, yeah, we're here. Oh, right. And they also just had Moogles making like
How are you
whoop
calling
whoop noises.
me, you
They didn't talk.
potbelly runt?
Forgive us. 'Tis not oft those versed in Moogle speak fall from the sky. The elementals foretold your coming, and that the fate of this forest would rest with you.
Yeah, the outfits are not cool either.
We shall see you safely to Gridania.
You just had to tell a kid her mom died for using her life. Is that the same...
We only nearly died, right?
Is that the Pajal from the White Mage quest? God, if only I had the precognitive abilities to actually make a Haurchefant character in 1.0, wouldn't that be fucking insane? I mean, if I could do that, I should also be just, like, remembering a bunch of lotto numbers and stuff, too, but... Hi! Yes, this... Well, okay. It's 1.0, but it's more like a... It's like a gratuitous... Not gratuitous. It's basically a walking simulator. you can look at things and you can watch cutscenes and kind of fuck with stuff, but a lot of the functionality just does not exist with this because it's on a private server and all that scripting has not been done, basically, or it's been stripped from the game. So there's some enthusiasts that have gone about trying to re-script quests and whatnot, but I don't have a build that has that. But we're looking at a lot of content, so it's still much better than not having it. Yeah, so that's the Gridania intro. The one I think is the most important narratively, as I mentioned, is actually the Ul'dah one, though. Because it still has ramifications in Realm of Born. And that one, I believe, is Flowers for All, I think? Yeah. He's like, you need to learn the elements to Sophie, but only touch one. Yeah, some of that stuff is also... The whole making of a Podjal is kind of fucked. It's interesting when you actually learn all the stuff about that. Yeah, I mean, the graphics are the thing that this game had going for it. Although, unfortunately, a lot of people's computers couldn't handle it back then.
Except for Ul'dah's wine in your belly.
I do think, as we've seen in a lot of these cutscenes and stuff, I'm not a super fan of how glowy a lot of the lighting ended up looking. You have that almost like natural bloom on a lot of stuff that kind of gets old after a while. There's just people lying around. That's Ul'dah, I suppose. There's also a lot that's not mentioned about why things happen the way they do in this particular cutscene.
Here. Feel. Think.
Look, Father! Fireworks!
Oh, and there's baby Minfilia and her dad. So again, you wouldn't know it when you're playing the game, but the fact that this is a little tiny kid Minfilia, Minifilia, is the clue that you're actually experiencing an echo of all of this. You're not in present time. Yeah, the guy, Warburton, was her dad next to... Yeah, the fireworks are pretty bad. Those are pretty bad. And then you get this little bit here, which introduces you to talking to NPCs, where you see Warburton and... It's not Minfilia. She had a different name. Basically, Flamine named her Minfilia, which is kind of fucked up, but whatever. No, Acilia. Acilia is actually Minfilia's true name. Talk about the fireworks. It looks like my character's like, I approve of this good father. In the Alchemist MSQ. Yeah, so they kind of elaborate on it a little bit. Now this thing is chock full of lore once you actually know what's going on. There's the guy in the background, Thancred. Well, he's in this. Yeah, you lose the context if you don't know what they're talking about in the quests. Although I think they try to explain a little bit of it.
What kept you?
This is the guy that dies. The other Elizin. This dude with the glasses. Ooh. And younger Flamine.
The parade is about to begin. Make ready.
It's funny because Flamine essentially looks the same, but suddenly she just looks older because she puts glasses on.
Take it as a precaution.
Oh,
So they don't explain why people have flowers yet. I'll explain it afterwards because it's actually interesting once you have the context.
say. Now be a sweetling and make sure everybody gets one, all right? I will!
I meant in the scheme you had seen a guy walking in the back. Oh. He also is kind of like... I feel like Thancred's almost kind of default looking. There he is.
The famed songstress of Ulda. So flowers do grow in the desert.
Fucking horn dog. Yeah, you find out later, like, it's kind of complicated. So, this whole bit here... I can't remember if this Ellison was actually in on it or not. He might not have been. Or I think it went a little haywire. It's so funny because Goobus are what, like level 30 maybe? They're not normally this dangerous. Yeah, usually we see people cheat the animations, like you don't actually see everything. Oh, in the first cutscene? You might be right. I always forget that because there's so much to look at in these things. It's very easy to miss those kind of details. They certainly look a lot more imposing in this Gooboo. Oh, because, yeah, she got hurt. I didn't realize that stopped her from dancing. That's sad. Jesus. I don't think your little daggers are gonna cut it. And so this leads into like an NP assisted battle with the Gooboo. Which is interesting because if you think about it, it's an echo. So it's like even if you succeed, you will never actually succeed because you can't change events. Kind of sad. Anyway, I said what? Yeah, so basically the flowers were, my understanding, it's been a while, but my understanding is they did want the Gooboo to run amok. And the original plan was, it wasn't going to go fucking psycho like that, but it was something where they would look like the heroes for defeating the Gooboo and somehow work that into changing changing Ulda with whatever new kind of like they would kind of get the momentum from their accomplishment to being more visible to the public eye and actually getting change accomplished in Ulda. Because as we all know, Ulda is extremely corrupt and the, class structure is all fucked. So that didn't work because something about that whole process went further than intended. The flowers initially were supposed to... Oh, thank you for the follow. Corvarevo, welcome. The flowers, in theory, were supposed to protect the wearers from the Gooboo, because they thought that, something about the scent would keep it from harming those people. But, as you saw, it doesn't matter what the fuck you're wearing, because it went so psycho that it would have attacked everybody anyway. So, their plan kind of went to shit. They also wanted... I don't know if this was... I can't remember if this was connected to that original plan. But Minfilia's dad, Warburton, was also some sort of Alamegan spy. So they had wanted to get information from the father about like what he had been up to. The problem is he dies. So without that they tried to do some really dark like necromancy shit to try to raise him from the dead to get the information that way. But that also goes south, and then that gets Niels Freem or whatever killed in the process. And that's how you see him in the alchemist thing, because he's a dead body, but he was killed by this weird dagger that somehow being stabbed by that dagger like preserved his body perfectly, but also kept his body from releasing its spirit and letting him like rest. So almost like he kind of deserved it, because he was one of the big like masterminds of these fucking really dangerous missions, you know, that were for his own self-interest. But you know, he repented and all that stuff. Yeah, repellent only works for so long. It's questionable if it even would have worked anyway, but they were running on the assumption that it would. It's all before the Scions and the Grand Companies. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty early. What? It's like one of the earlier quests, because it's a quest. Oh no, no. What? It's in Stormblood. I think it's the Stormblood level of the Alchemist quests, right? It's not Realm Reborn. It's a little bit past that. But I mean, if you're if you're blazing through like a crafter job, you'll probably be able to access those pretty quickly. There's a lot of ways to like level up your crafter really fast. I should know. Yeah, isn't it the Circle of Knowing join something else? Yeah, Stormblood.
Damn thing seemed rather taken with me. Any idea why that might be?
This thing is not done.
Ah, and now our guest requests an encore. Come on!
Let's go.
What are they gonna do without weapons? All these people. Oh, okay, those guys have weapons at least. Can you imagine just being, just hanging out on the street and then that comes by? What a nightmare. That one Lalafell was so tiny, they managed to just duck and this thing went over it. Oh. So I think this is the sepia-toned image that Thancred shows when he's talking about his regrets from Infilia. Because if you look at the upper left here, you can see she's trying to revive her father who's died. I also think that the walk free moment in this one is maybe the most dramatic. Because each one of them end with hearing the walk free and then looking up. But after this traumatic event, I feel like the Warrior of Light looking up at that is like maybe the one that stands out to me the most. Yeah, the tonal difference. It's like we've seen a sad event. and it's nothing like, oh, hit them harder. Whatever Papalimos says. Yeah. Let's see here. When you plan such a big thing to hinge it on a myth about the smell of a flower, it's very short-sighted. If he can't... Okay, so what we were talking about earlier in the stream is the Echo for 1.0 functioned differently than 2.0. The benefits of it are very similar in that you understand what the person's saying and feeling and everything, hearing and thinking and feeling, and you get a glimpse of something that happened in the past. But in 1.0... the crazy bit is you actually experience, like you are part of that event as it happens. The only catch is that, unlike actually time traveling to the past, whatever you do does not actually end up affecting the outcome of that memory. So you can be in it, and people can see you, and you can talk to them, and you can interact with them, which is kind of crazy. But at the end of the memory, in that echo, it still turns out the same way. So they definitely, oh shit. They did definitely change that for 2.0, because I don't recall anything like that in 2.0. You usually just watch shit happen in 2.0. Yeah. I feel like Flamine adopted Minfilia pretty much out of guilt. I mean, she did love Minfilia, obviously. But definitely the initial thing was a lot of guilt. That was her trying to atone. 2.0 is less complex, but the benefits are still there. Like, ignoring the whole interactivity element, you still gain the same knowledge and the same feeling. As we were talking about before, I'm trying to think. We don't really get a lot of precognitive things. Almost everything is usually a past event. But as people mentioned, there's 1 or 2 events that essentially indicated something would happen in the future, that they never explained that. How we somehow knew the future. But they've definitely downplayed those, so they don't happen nearly at all. Definitely not anymore. Because the 2 events I'm thinking of happen essentially both during Realm Reborn, and then past Realm Reborn, we don't have future sight, basically. So they simplified it, I think. I think later on in Stormblood, they revisited the playing through an echo.
Forge ahead.
Where you actually got to do stuff? Do you remember which echo? Because that would be, for 2.0, that would be a pretty big departure. For 1.0, that's pretty much what you would expect. There is a, fuck, what was it? There's a cutscene where it's Cid and, is it Neil Van Darnus or like Gaius talking? And you are in there, and you actually have to like hide behind a rock or something because you don't want them to find you. Because obviously, if a Garlean sees a third party is around, trouble would happen. When you play Justinian in Stormblood, or are you thinking of when you are teamed up with Gaius? It's the instance fight, right? Is that Shadowbringers? the whole post Stormblood and Shadowbringers kind of melds together in my head a little bit. Because there is the time where, like, Estinian's about to tell what the hell he was doing with Gaius, and you go like, ugh, and then it's so funny because as it's fading out, Estinian's like, "What's wrong with you? What's going on?" And then you get to be Estinian doing his cool limit break and stuff. I feel like that's a little different just because you could interpret it as you're watching what Estinian did. They're just trying to make it look more interesting because you're playing it. But it's not you. The difference being in 1.0, it was literally you and not you playing as somebody else that was getting to interact with people. Whereas the Estinian thing is like you could, like, I think, does he have narration stuff on top of it? I can't remember. Yeah, I think that's the one I'm thinking of, where he's talking to, he arrives at the Rising Stones, he's telling Tataru and Kryl and you like what happened, and then you have a moment with the echo, and then you get that cool. It's a fun instance. But yeah, I would chalk that one up to, it's still in line more with a 2.0 echo. It's just letting you get a little excitement out of it. Yeah, if they did more of those kind of things, that'd be cool. I don't know. That might have been the only time with an echo where you actually get to do something fun. Most of the time, you just sit back and you watch a cutscene, really. As far as I remember. Maybe pre-download Mom was more powerful and could give more complex echo. That is possible. Heidelin definitely got weakened after all that shit. Because presumably... We know that Louis Sois did as much as he could, gathering primal energy essentially with the Phoenix and whatnot to save everybody from Bahamut. But you could also believe that Heidelin tried to give a little extra push, you know, to keep people alive. So certainly she would have used up some energy on some degree trying to like save everybody, but not like directly. Shit, what was the... I was gonna try to find that one with Cid and Nail. Is it... Future... No, not Future Perfect. No, not that one. Oh, that has no quest. Is it... Instance, is it? Oh god. The intros to the old Realm Reborn things, Thousand Miles to Totorak, Zamail, Darkhold, Aurum Vale, Cutter's Cry, still there. It's not... main quests. Sylph, Strybone. Oh no. Yeah, I'm trying to look for the nail one I'm thinking of. There's one where we see her for the first time. And she like blasts an ethereal, what do they call it? Those little ethereal spikes. It's not an aetheryte. It's like another little like fission something that's like it pops out of the ground that you can use to teleport. Told the Warden? My god, why is it... I wish there's a way to make the text larger. The text is so fucking small. Malja... Oh, this might be Ifrit. That's not it. Companion. It's just all Malja. Isn't it the main quest? Yeah, the Aetherites, they definitely are kind of underwhelming, aren't they? It makes the current Aetherites look kind of fucking badass, like, visually. That's Momodi. Where were these moved over to? They're not Maelstrom, are they? Oh, it is! To kill a raven. Isn't that fucking Riven Road? Yeah, Nail Van Darnus. Okay, so it should have been in the main scenario quest, but I think they're actually in the individual quests. Kills with Fire. Kills with Fire is Ifrit. Weakest League. Deus Machina? Palladian Accord. No. Fuck. Now we stand. Don't hate the messenger? Oh, Sid Garland. Is this... No. Oh my god, why does this have so much text? Gaius Van Belsar. My god. There's only 2 cutscenes and yet the synopsis is crazy long. Is this the one with... Hold on. I like how they got a little bit more concise with the current in cutscene synopsis. Oh no, this is different. Oh, this is when you see Gaius and you actually have a full conversation. This is right around the time that Sid Garland, I think, defects to the Alliance. Pretty sure? Oh wait, hold on. Hold on, I might have a thing for this. Let's see if this works.
You, I remember. Tell me, do you think it's fate that brings you here? Some threads woven by your weaver, or was it no more than the meddling of Master Garland? Ah, it matters not. Go, take what you've scrounged like a rat and run to him. He is the only hope left you. Do not think this a mercy. Garlemald will annihilate the primals and claim dominion over all Eorzea. It is inevitable. As inevitable as your futile resistance. All you can hope is to decide the manner of this realm's demise. This is the mercy I offer. A choice. An end by the Red Moon, or an end by Garlean might. I will not deny that the primals have proven a great nuisance. They have delayed our advance. It is to break the stalemate between us that Mael Van Darnus sought to bring down the Dalamud. The impact of the Red Moon would destroy the primals in an instant. Little wonder that his radiance embraced the scheme. The Dalamud is no mere rock, despite what Van Darnus would have us believe. It is a great, red sin, exiled to the skies by ancient Alag. There it has long festered, becoming something far more vile than we ever supposed. I see proof of this in Van Darnus. His manner is altered. He's anxious, uneasy. He deceives his radiance. Of those in your realm, only the son of Midas of Nangarland sees the Red Moon for what it is. His radiance will reach the same conclusion in time. Yet by then it will be too late. The shadow of Dalamud will already be dark upon these lands. Oppose Van Darnus and Meteor, if you wish. This is the only hope you have of sparing Eorzea from complete obliteration.
Have a cool stand down with him. It's probably the most that, like, aside from Praetorium, it's the most guys talks to you. Oh, you like the voice? Did it work? Because I can't hear it. I set up a couple different possible voice mods for things in case we hit something cool. What is this? Is this... I'm not even sure what this cutscene is. Is this if you're successful? It did? Okay, good. On behalf of Gridania, I offer you my humble and heartfelt thanks for answering this summons. Fuck Gridania. I don't like Gridania. All my friends hate Gridania. All here present now know the Empire's Meteor Project to be the scourge spoken of in prophecy that will usher in the 7th Umbral... This is interesting, actually seeing the process of them realizing that this is a problem. Because all we've heard in 2.0 and onwards is, like, the aftermath of this shit. Of these guys slowly becoming aware of, like, oh, what the fuck is the Empire gonna do? That? Oh, shit. None among us... Oh, wait! This is Urianger with the fucking... Hold on a second. Urianger as an alchemist... Not alchemist. My brain... so fried. As an... Why did my brain also want to say anarchist? I mean... Okay, kind of an anarchist, but not really. Arcanist. Using a staff that never existed. I think he's literally the only person that has this Arcanist staff from 1.0. It's not a thaumaturge, it's an Arcanist staff. It has a weird top. I wonder if they'll show it. It has like a little tapered thing. It looks different. None among us can weather the coming storm alone. The alliance of old must be remade. United we stand, divided we fall. No, so Arcanist in 1.0 was going to, I'm like 99% sure it's Arcanist, was going to have like a staff type weapon, but then in 2.0 they changed it to books. I'm not sure the reason, but if you look up, for example, if you look up Urianger on, like, it's one of the, like, Final Fantasy Wikipedias or whatever. If you look at what his Realm Reborn version looks like when he's wearing this outfit and he's putting his hand out like this, he still has that staff. I think there's even, like, 1 or 2 quests in Realm Reborn where they equipped him with it. He never uses it, but it's on his back. Yeah, it's already Lise. We were talking about this when we saw the Gridania intro. Like, it would have been so much cooler if this was actually Ida pre-Dalamud, and then we would know her, and then later on we would assume it's the same Ida, but oh no, it's Lise. But no, they establish Lise actually died, Ida actually died well before even this stuff. Yeah, that seems odd. I don't know why they would purposely have us miss that in 1.0. Okay, so this is just them. I don't know if this is as important. She's just saying the gravity of, like, stopping the Empire. Oh, Sid. Is this the first time he appears to them? What is all this talk of endings? I don't remember agreeing to attend a funeral. Oh, he's young and hot. Look at him. I came to see the birth of a 3-nation army. Still has that same theme, though. I love that theme. This lass lacks the spine I'd hoped she'd have. I came to find a way for me and mine to fight, not to die. The Admiral speaks it true. She has a way with words. Would that she could bottle them. She could, like, pay for her own war. I command the grand vessel that is Limsa Laminsa, and I will give not one ilm to that which bars her way, be it storm, pirate, or otherwise. Whether the fleet be of 1 ship or 3, I will stay the course. I speak the same for the south. All know that I've never shied away from a fight. And who's that? This random Ellison lady just appeared next to him. In victory there is glory to be had, and wealth to be won. But what of you, Pajal? Swear you on those horns of yours you will not wilt in the heat of battle? So this is before these guys are all pals, because, like, by the time we go to Realm Reborn, they're not, like, jabbing at each other when they talk to one another. They seem to be a proper alliance. Yeah, Dreams Aloft is great. I love this track. It sounds so... Why does it have that inherently nostalgic feeling? It just does. Even if you're hearing it for the first time, something about it feels nostalgic. I want to let you know your guy's voice fully tricked me. I was like, wow. Except for the parts where I stammered, I'm sure they wouldn't keep that in the actual voice track, but thank you. Beard makes him hotter. He almost looks too baby without the beard. Wasn't that the second in command in Realm Reborn where things went bad at the end? Oh, was it? She looks like she should be notable. It's been, God, maybe someday I'll do New Games Plus for Realm Reborn. It's probably a mistake, but I will not. I realize it is much that I ask, yet I must ask it nonetheless. Will you unite with us? The fucking name that I picked. The courage of Haurchefant has convinced me. Haurchefant convinces many people. Many in Limsa oppose the alliance, but I have done what must be done. The winds in our sails are the winds of change, for better or for worse. The deeds of Haurchefant swayed all in the syndicate who opposed. By his bravery, let the alliance be made. The merchants seek to invest in the future. To that end, they will lend their wealth to the alliance. God, he looks like a teenager. About time we heard some good news. 12 bless you both. A seed has been planted here, and in the care of our 3 nations, it shall surely quicken. I look forward to the day that our efforts bear fruit. Ha! Best look to the present instead. I do not act out of charity. Should the alliance prove more a hindrance than a help, we will have words again. I would expect nothing less. For now, let us combine our strengths and send Dalamud back to the sea and the heavens. So this felt like it was a temporary alliance, because they're all kind of like eyeing each other weird. That's really interesting how firmly they grew as friends. That's where that gun is aimed. It's almost aimed at his head. It's done. Now we strike back. Is his hair better? Maybe. Texture might be better. The elementals, they rejoice. The forest has heard us. I bring urgent news. Oh, somebody interrupts the fun. The scouts at Mordona send word that a great shaft of light was seen emanating from the midst of Castrum Novum. They say it's shown towards the heavens. What's that animation? No, the transmitter! Oh, this leads into a really good nail moment. Holy shit. Calm yourselves. If it has begun, we must do all we can to stop it. It was for this that we bound ourselves to one another. Harshaphant. We must act. We must act now. Oh wait, shit, I was trying to look at that Arcanist staff. Fuck. Yeah, they did a lot of camera angles. They're like showing everybody's fucking point of view in that. That was really interesting. Sid also has white hair, so it feels like that starts to like advanced age people. Just purely. She got killed through the Crystal Braves or exposed and oh. So either she was a baddie or the baddies killed her. Interesting. I need to look that up again. Was it United We Stand that I just looked at? Oh, so here's, okay, this isn't the very first appearance of Nail Van Darnus, which is kind of, it's not bad, but it's also a little underwhelming. But this one is her starting to be like psycho. So this is the good shit. This first cutscene might just be leading into the fight, but I think the second one is the actual Castrum Novum fight. So this is directly what they were talking about, where we have to shut down the transmitter here because it's communicating with Dalamud and it's gonna make shit fall. All the shit that you have to fight. They didn't change their technology much in the 5 years after Dalamud fell. It's hinted that she broke away from her past, but it was exposed. It was too late. Oh. She couldn't escape the evil. Whoops, I forgot to put these back. Actually, I'll hide myself if I'm actually talking for this. We all know Arcanists have a staff, but we use a book because it makes us look more smart. I like that excuse. Dude, Protect and Shell, R.I.P., along with Flash, Stone Skin, etc. I kind of, okay, I know it was a pain in the ass because there was more stuff to manage, but I actually liked those spells. It felt like you were doing more. Now we send the Ishgardian in. So I think, I don't know if this was the actual fight. One of these is the crazy nail scene. They still use the protect animation for, I think, the stuff in Bozja, right? Like the lost actions. That's the only time you see it, though. So this is the transmitter. I can't remember if you have to fight before you turn it off, or if she just, like, appears. Oh, never mind. There's a fight. Oh! That music! Isn't that the fucking... Wait a minute. I remember that tune. Is that Blue Mage music? Like from the little arena shit? They used that somewhere in existing Final Fantasy XIV. The beginning music of that. Yeah. This thing... Why was it for this? What an interesting place to put it at. That's what it originally was for. It's funny hearing like the repurposed music in like completely different contexts. So you think you win, right? But then get fucked.
That the thrashing of mere beasts could interrupt Dalamud's descent. By your hand, the lunar transmitter lies shattered, and Dalamud floats aloft, bereft of guidance. would seem that I have sorely underestimated you. Animals were ever at their most dangerous when cornered. The realm has seen 6 cycles of death and rebirth, yet man refuses to learn from his mistakes. Never does he find a way to defile the sanctity of creation, and so the cycle must persist. But no more, for I shall halt the turning of this wheel of darkness. He has willed that it be so, and so must it be. Downward's coming shall cleanse the realm of its foul taint. Only the wicked would refuse his gift of purity. Only the wicked would seek to prevent his return. Your sins shall not go unpunished. 1,000 deaths take you and yours. Ah, yes, the song of life resounds. Its joyous strains herald the coming of a new world, a world free of man's creeping corruption. My master, guiding light of my life, I had faith that thou wouldst not forsake thy loyal servant. No more have I need of towers drenched in a slaver of beasts. I willingly give unto thee my flesh, that thou mightst return once more. The crimson light shall suffuse you, cleansing the filth of your flesh and bone, aye, and of your very existence. When that time comes, you shall know such bliss as your mortal mind can ill comprehend. But the time for talk is past. Now, do I make mine ascent to the realm on high, there to meet with Dalamud. In the name of House Darkness, I shall bring the wisdom of ancient ally to bear, and make ready a feast in honor of the divine. Bear witness as the curtains rise upon your creation. And you, foolish adventurer, you will die.
Yeah, she fucking crazy. Good. Let's see here. And then the one that everybody remembers, right, is I think this one, To Kill a Raven. I don't know if they show some of the fight in this one. Oh wait, we have a... Do we actually have an ad coming up? Yeah, well, what sucks is, again, oops, there we go. What sucks is that, again, it was referred to as he. Because, like, not everybody got the memo. But we also never heard the voice for Nail. It was always text. So, that would have been a real cool reveal. Oh well. Yeah, so, like, the first couple of times when you see Nail, there's a cutscene, I'm trying to remember, where it's only Nail and Gaius talking. And she's starting to get crazy. This is around the time, so like the thing we just saw with Gaius talking to us I'm pretty sure happens after the echo we see of Gaius and Nail talking, because she starts to say some things that are initially normal to Gaius, and then they start sounding a little more unhinged. And then I think past that point, that's when Gaius gets like the sign of like, okay, something tells me she's not really doing this shit for his radiance anymore. She's doing something for herself. Cutscenes are very well made and epic, and the gameplay part is hit. Yeah, well, that's the problem, right? So, I think, did I show you guys what it just looks like to fight? Let's take a little pause from the nail stuff, and I'll show you real quick. It's underwhelming. Let's go to... what's a decent outdoor location? I guess we could go to... let's go to Camp Horizon again. That's fast, right? 172.
Forge ahead.
Package of 13. 150. Oh, right. I need to not be in here. Oh shit, I still have the fast walk. I'll turn that out outside. Yeah, I don't remember... I don't think anyone realizes a primal is in Dollywood until that super duper cutscene. So I think everyone just thinks it's going to drop on them, like, and it's going to be like a natural disaster, which is already bad enough, right? If that thing really did drop on everybody, that's already horrible. But nobody expects it to crack open like a killer egg and like reveal fucking Bahamut. That was really a bummer. Everything else they thought they could handle. Someone pointed out that the dresser in Gridania Inn was wonky misaligned. I wonder if it is here too. It looks similar. We could check it after, but there's also some section somebody was saying if you look at the current Aetheryte Plaza in Limsa, one of the higher areas that have the wood framing apparently is the same as it was from 1.0 in that there's some like misalignment with the collision or something there. I have to rewatch the video that explains it because it's like I never really went up there to fuck with stuff. So I don't know. Okay, first of all, I'm gonna die because I have 40 HP, so I need to give myself HP. Because I think the HP system is like separate from the leveling. Let's give myself 3,000, then I won't die. There we go. Alright, and then we're gonna be lame and spawn something because there's no monsters in the world. Let's spawn something easy, like a rat or something. There we go. Cute little rat. Level 52. I don't know how you change the level. I mean, we're a paladin. We're probably fine. Gladiator, whatever the fuck. Okay. Have at you. So one first thing to note is that it darkens the screen a little bit every time you attack, which is kind of weird. Like, look, I'll do a move here. See how, like, even the world's light kind of dims for some reason? Like, to emphasize the brightness? Ouch. Oh, wait, I have, like, a Halone move. Where is that? I need more TP. Rage of Halone. Bam! That's a good one. I mean, a lot of these also exist in current 14. It just doesn't look the same. Like, Fast Blade, Rampart, Savage Blade. Flash doesn't really exist anymore, but there's that. Blind you. Sentinel does exist. Shield Bash. Look how long this is taking, though. Let's see. Tempered Will. Yeah, it's rough. Can almost take for granted how flashy 2.0 fight is. Come on. Oh wait, I forgot. You have to worry about TP. You need TP to do moves, so I need to just like hit shit. Smack it. Smack. Gotta gain that TP. It'll take me 200 years. There's a reason why I quit Final Fantasy XI. I mean, actually, no, there's multiple reasons. It's not just the combat. But this reminds me of that. Oh, that one's cool. Kind of. Paladin was even a tank. It had Flash. I'm not sure if it had... It doesn't look like it had Provoke. But Flash basically... Although, did Flash only blind and not... Let me check here. Where is that? But yeah, increases target's enmity. So maybe you would just have to spam Flash? Flash. Very underwhelming. Almost dead. Oh my god, I'm whiffing. I'm whiffing. There we go. XP that I don't need. Yay! And then it also doesn't immediately take you out of combat, so you have to manually go out of combat. I wonder what the gearing was like back then. Well, a lot of, I mean, like for example, I was able to decently replicate like a Harshiphant outfit. So a lot of the lower level gear was the same. I think they also kind of had to keep it the same because like with legacy characters transferring over to 2.0, it's like you can't just start deleting a lot of content that people have in their inventory. You can only imagine how long it was to dungeon back then. Well, also remember, I'm just a single character fighting. If you had, I can't remember if they actually had 8-mans. Dungeons were larger affairs. So like now you have light parties with 4 people, but I'm pretty damn sure that a dungeon was like 8. Like for example, even an old dungeon like Totorak, Cutter's Cry, whatever, I'm pretty sure they were all like at least 8-man. It was definitely more than 4. And they were eventually instanced, but the crazy bit was I don't think they had instance dungeons in pre-Yoshi P. So that was one of the things that they added once he started like doing shit, which is kind of wild. What's the max number of players in a map attacking a mob? I don't know. I actually don't know. I remember seeing a lot of footage of people playing towards the end of the game in like huge-ass groups, but I don't know if they were actually connected groups or just people happened to be all in the same place. Like, I'm not sure how that worked. I don't know if they were true, like, full alliances or just separate, like, groups all together. Shit. There was something about combat I was gonna mention, I can't remember. Oh! We didn't actually look inside any of the dungeon spaces, I should call them, since there's not stuff in them. But it's really interesting to see how, like for example, I mentioned Totorak, right? They're pretty damn similar. Let me, let's see here. Let me load up that quick where we just, like, run through it physically and you can kind of see what I'm talking about. Okay, warp. 645. Okay. Oops. Uh-oh. Oh, whoa! I did that first number way wrong. Let's just put it together. Oh, music changes. Inside. And so, even though these things were instanced, you would start outside, because most of these were like in a tunnel somewhere, often, alright? Because they had to do the same thing where they try to hide the effect of, you know, going into another zone. So you go into a tunnel. I'm gonna speed this up because this is gonna take forever. You go in a tunnel. Oh, whoops, right. I have to nudge because the thing. No? Oh, whoops. What? we go. Now, for people that remember Totorak before it went through that, like, 6.2 or 6.3, like, where they simplified all the fucking Realm Reborn dungeons, which I'm sad about. This looks familiar, right? Very much, very similar to, what actual Totorak is in Realm Reborn, even with the little messages, but we can't actually click on these ones. I can't remember if the photo cells are in here. Obviously, we won't be able to see it because the scripting is busted. So we're really just taking a look at the environment. But the environment's real close. There used to be a couple references in the 2.0 version where, like, you could get random Koffers and stuff, I think, in this one. And they actually had, like, a busted Koffer in some random little room as, like, kind of like, remember this? Yeah, just the green, like, hue everywhere. A bit more mysterious music, though. I don't think this is the music at all in the current dungeon, right? But there are these, like, little rooms and shit. Actually, what's the map look like? It's probably a mess. Oh, you know what? This doesn't look too dissimilar from what the Realm Reborn map looked like before. So here's how crazy the Realm Reborn change was. I did some footage of this before they changed it in Realm Reborn, from 2.0 to like 6.1 or whatever. They super streamlined it. The streamlined version is like one of these paths. It's kind of a bummer. Like, I get it. Not everybody liked Totorak. It was probably confusing for new people, whatever. But I did like how you could at least pick different directions to go in the Realm Reborn one, at least. And by completely removing it and just having one straight tunnel, that really strips a lot of the personality out of it, honestly. But all this looks super fucking familiar. Holy shit. Hawk Manor. Did they, even with the simplification, is it still confusing? Oh, it's one of those things. I remember this. The problem is we don't have the scripting to get us past it, because once you beat the boss, remember, you could, like, click this and it, like, lets you go further in. So this one's actually really close to the Realm Reborn one. I'm kind of surprised. Okay. Yeah, you do double back. Yeah, because then you also have to... Don't you have to, like, activate a thing so that you can actually reach the boss? It's been forever since I did Hawk Manor. But I'm guessing if they simplified it, they probably removed some of those steps so you don't have to do so much doubling back. Yeah, so that's Totorak. So there's a lot of these dungeons. The only problem is I'm going to go to the Muntoy Cellars, which was a dungeon that doesn't exist now. But I'm pretty sure it looks like this dungeon. Which is the other problem they had with dungeons in 1.0, where they kind of doubled, like replicated dungeons with the same, like, environments. Let's try... There's 700. Oh wait, that's Kurthus. Fuck. That's the wrong one. What that? Oh wait, is it the same? Maybe I typed it right. Fuck. Okay. Now it's just like any other dungeon. Yeah, and that's... I don't like it when they're just like a tunnel vision experience. Okay, so this is technically a different dungeon, and yet look how well, actually the door's open for this one. That's interesting. Look how it just looks the same. Did we or did we not just go through the same fucking thing like a second ago? But this is the Muntoy Cellars. So now you can see the problem. Oh, okay, so this room maybe is different. But so much of it is reused. Does this have its own map? Oh, maybe this isn't even a dungeon. This might be just a space you could go to, and yet... Oh, wait a minute. Exit to Emerald Moss. Is it a dungeon or just a zone? Now I'm confused. Yeah, you see what a nightmare the maps are? But yeah, look, it's like 90% of this area minus some of these places where they clearly dealt with the Muntoy beans and the fermented beans. All just looks like Totorak. Like Labyrinth. This is why Yoshi P said in English nightmare when people were asking for Final Fantasy XIV Classic. Why would anyone want to revisit doing some of this like on purpose again? Oh. A door. Oh, it's just stuff. Why is this locked? Maybe there was like a treasure chest in here somewhere, probably? Like on this landing? What is even the point of being complex? I don't know! It's like... Oh god, no, now I'm moving too fast. It's like somebody thought that the complexity was like a good thing, but it just makes it confusing. Why does it have to... Look at... And you know what's worse? Look at all these fucking dead ends in here! So you got like rooms that open. Look at these like boob rooms. There's 2 round rooms right next to each other, and then 2 more round rooms as a pair, and then another pair of round rooms. What the fuck? It's crazy. Yeah, anyway, it's too many. Let's see. Cutter's Cry was kind of unique in the original, right? With the ant queen and all that shit. Let's see if I can find it here. At least that'll be a different music, at the very least. 173. And negative. I don't know how people figure these things out. It's structured almost like classic Zelda dungeons. Yeah, but then you have to worry about like being in a big group with people and traversing the area. Like, I feel like it could feel kind of monotonous. Okay, another one, but have to go in here. Let's do the good old nudge. Whoop. And I think these were blocked off with the doors because, again, they were instance dungeons, so you see the entrance of it, but then this part would be a specific instance. Wait, is this just... the fuck? Is this not... Is this not Cutter's Cry? What the hell? Was it not finished? Is this water? That's weird. Oh yeah, no problem, Nightrook Raven. Thank you for coming by. I think this is supposed to be... Maybe they didn't finish Cutter's Cry for... I thought they had it, though. Unless it has its own zone. Are there interstitial places people like to hang out in? Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm not supposed to be in here, I guess. Is there a dungeon for Cutter's Cry? Hold on. Maybe not. Oh, Riven Road? Can I get in here? Probably not gonna work. Oh, 257. Nope, okay. So I actually need more. Aside from cities, I mean some random overworld hallway. I'm trying to think. I don't know if... I'm trying to think offhand, like, what was the most... Like, because most people gravitate to what's the easiest thing to benefit from to hang out in. And I know, for example, like I was saying, there were no market boards in 1.0, so a lot of people often hung out in like the market wards where you'd put your retainer and like dump shit. That's not interesting. It's like a bizarre area. Because that's the problem with 1.0 is since it costs anima to teleport, you'd almost assume people would stay in a particular city rather than like one of these locations, because that means every time you leave one of these locations, it costs you anima to teleport. Oh yeah, you missed the earlier conversation. They had no market boards, and you could have a retainer. If you've ever played Final Fantasy XI, it's like when you set up like a bazaar on yourself and you go AFK and you hope somebody buys shit from you. In 14, you'd have your existing retainer that, you know, did get ported over to 14, I mean to 2.0, that you would stock up with goods, you'd put it in a market ward along with everybody else's retainer, and you'd hope that somebody would physically walk by and then shop from your retainer and get the items they need. Isn't that fucking insane? That on its own is just a head scratcher. Like, maybe they were gonna add like an auction. Oh, there was a... Fuck. I think they have it listed here. In Limsa, there is like a dead end that looks like it's an auction house. I don't know if it's listed on my warp list here. I don't think it is. No, it's not. Shit. But anyway, I thought Cutter's Cry was accessible. But it's just a puddle of water. I don't think I'm supposed to nudge through this. There's this guy, there's a YouTube channel called, I think, The Speakers Network. That's really cool. And he does a bunch of video series about, like, stuff that was dropped from... Oh, what? That's weird. It just let me walk through, but now I can't walk back the other way. He did a set of videos about, like, what happened in 1.0, like, dungeons and that sort of thing, and also, like, a sub-series about, like, what transferred over and what didn't. It's called either Secrets of a Realm or Remnants of a Realm or something like that. One of the cool things that maybe I'll, because it's almost like 1 a.m., but I want to end on is there was an area in the Shroud that had what looked to be like fossilized tonberries in a fucking circle. Let me see if I can find that, because there was an implication that either it has something to do with Gilmora or it was some weird like tonberry ritual thing that was never, like, the spot technically exists in the North Shroud, but it's been covered up by a gigantic fucking tree. We sort of have that with retainers as furniture now. Can't imagine sifting through hundreds. Yeah, and that's the worst part. You don't know what each retainer has on them until you click on them and then sift through all their stuff. So heaven forbid you need a specific item and you have no idea which retainer, like, at a glance has it. That's a nightmare in the making. It's Black Shroud. Oh no! No, my game crashed. No. Wait a minute. Why did it crash? I have the server still up. Oh, okay, hold on. Let me open it one more time. Darn you, Urianger. Oop. Reset all the cores in my CPU. Now we could do it. Yeah, looking forward to, I think that's probably what would happen. If you needed a specific thing, you're probably better off shouting for it, which is, sounds like you'd just be seeing a lot of shout talk, I bet. Which would be insane. Oh, okay, good. Thought I'd have to reload everything. Let's see. Do they have the picture of... Alder Springs? No. Biscaron's Fold? These fucking names. Oh wait, maybe Amber Scale Rock. Because they do look like amber. Is that the thing? Hold on. Let's try it. Let's try it. 150. Negative 575. Oh my god, these codes. Or is this a fucking dungeon? God, look. Hey, here we are back in the fucking crazy ass map of Black Shroud. Oh, what? What is this? Okay. Forgotten lore? Some monster that got turned into amber. And it's just by itself. I guess hence the amber scale rock. It looks kind of like, was it a dragon? Folded wings? Let's see. Camp Crimson, Murmur Hills, Lichen Weed. Oh my god. One Toy Cellars. Jesus. Okay. The existing place is in North Shroud, so... Fuck. Yeah, he's either a bat or a dragon or a demon. Yeah, it could be that too. Wait, Gilmore Ruins, it says. It might be this? Okay, hold on. Do I have a listing for Gilmore Ruins? No, I don't. But I do have one for Last Hold. So that's the closest. Oh my god. Dude, this place is like, it's huge, but it's also just so much shit. It's just a lot of the same stuff and just very confusing. Ruins is a good start for a search. Yeah, for strange stuff, right? Oh, and there were these things too. So not only were there aetherites, but there were these ethereal gates that basically let you do another type of teleport, but I don't think they were as good. So there's a whole plot about that shit. Okay, so we want to go up. Oh, what is this? Look, this is going to be confusing because there's a lighter colored part of the map and the darker one, which means this is probably like on the second level. Oh god. See if I can properly get to the spot or not. Oh, I see. It goes down. Alright. I'm assuming the map design was heavily inspired by technical limits. Maybe? If you notice, there's a lot of really high walls and things, which make it really hard to see above a certain height. So you could constantly be loading all kinds of stuff in. Oh, it's here! It's here! Look at this shit! So, this place technically exists in the current North Shroud. You might be able to find it. It doesn't look quite like this, but some of this structure is still there. Oh no! No, why did you crash? Why? Oh... Okay, I'm just gonna ignore that. I had a PowerShell, like, problem, but I'm going to ignore that. So, there's an area in North Shroud. I can't describe. You'll know it when you see it, because it's a big-ass tree grown over a bunch of, like a rocky structure, and it has those little, like, will-o'-the-wisps around it. That's basically what this place used to be. Or no, what this is what that place was. Sorry. But for whatever reason, it's without all these weird little things. Now look, we saw that thing in amber earlier. And now look at these. These are all... Oh, god damn it. They all look like they're small, like seeded, like almost like these little things seeded in a shape like a... maybe like a tonberry or some small animal. Because look at this. Doesn't this kind of look like it's like a little squat and seated? And they're all seated in a fucking circle. Which is really odd. What was this for, though? What does it mean? And then just some random shrubbery, like, in the center. Because it's so hard to find landmarks that actually look distinct in these maps that it makes something like this really stand out, right? Like even this, whatever this kind of, the carving and structure here, it's this whole mystery of like, what is this? And the worst part is that they don't explain it. This just exists in the world. And then, like, if you see here, it also isn't in English. It's written in Eorzean, Gilmore Ruins. And then, I can't read this. I don't know what this says here. Something.
Forge ahead.
Oh, okay. Let me hold on a second. Did you get the ads? Yeah, I was saying here, it's this is really unusual with these weird little amber shapes that look like small little squat beings seated. So the rumor is that maybe they could have been tonberries that were all like amberfied. But I don't know what that has to do with Gilmora. You said north, yeah, North Shroud to the east of. It's to the northeast. It's in between, like northeast of the 8th Rite, you know, on the west side of the map that you can come in from, and southwest from Hurst Mill. It's this structure that kind of looks like this still, but it has a big ass like overgrown tree that's grown on top of it. You found it? But you can see it pretty much looks like it used to be this. But I believe it's missing these weirdo little amber things. And it has little will-o'-the-wisps and like a tree. Yeah. But what does it mean? It was important enough that they kept it in the existing map. And when you look at this map, it just says in Eorzean, Gilmora Ruins. With a little castle-looking thing, even though it doesn't look like a castle. What is this? Roud Creek or something? So there was a big mystery about this because they don't explain what this is. It just exists. I'm always a fan of like anything Gilmoran, obviously, because I am biased. My Warrior of Light is a Dusk White. So anytime they say Gilmora anything, my ears perk up. But it's kind of been a bummer that they've only just done, like, Palace of the Dead and really not much else. And even Palace of the Dead doesn't really talk about Gilmora. It's just saying that that's, like, the backdrop for, like, where all the Palace of the Dead stuff is. Dalamud made... Yeah, a hill or something collapsed over it. So where does this go? What's this water shit? You can actually run on it, which is interesting. Gilmora Ruins is an unused dungeon in 14 that was originally planned to be included. Oh, however, it was ultimately scrapped and never released. Yeah, maybe that was a dungeon, and they just filled it in. Isn't that sad? They're like, oh, we're not gonna use it, just put some shrubbery in the center and just fill in the hole. Right, so what is this? So this is just a creek. There's so many weird locations that just, like, end. Like, this looks like it was gonna lead to something. It just doesn't. Unless it maybe had, like, a quest. Specific quest that it would just appear here, perhaps? It is, granted, it is hard to tell because without NPCs in the world, you don't know if there might be, like, a quest NPC or something that might be hanging out here, potentially. It was special enough that, yeah, that they had somebody illustrate it. That's a bummer. Is there anything else aside from all this stuff that looks interesting? Alder Springs. Falgard Lake. So Falgard Lake exists. I think that's near where the Aetherite is, right? The one I was talking about. Camp Emerald Moss. The Muntoy Cellars. And Hurst Mill. Hearst. Oh, you know what? Let's look at Hearstmill because that exists now. That's where Geralt hangs out sometimes. Let's see if it just looks like a bunch of tents, like everything else does. At least maybe if they have that waterfall thing that they have at current Hearstmill, that would be nice. Let's see. Oh, no, 600. Shit. 600. 5. 24. The boomer is that this game is almost completely lost. A bummer? I was gonna say, would you be a boomer if you said, in my day, 1.0 was better? Oh my god, this is so sad. So, thankfully, you know what? Because this is a hamlet, where they have one of the hamlet defenses, it's not just 2 tents and an aetheryte, so that's a plus. But it also is like a super stripped-down version of the one that's in current North Shroud. It has the little waterfall with the water wheels. If anybody has that open, you'd actually be able to see it. And then usually you know that if this was the current one, I think near this building... Oh, there's a goldsmith symbol here. That's interesting. There'd usually be Geralt, like, at the far end of here. Like, with his little relic stuff. Can we go into this door? Hold on. Okay, I have to make him not walk as fast. It's fucking me up. Looks like an old PvP map. Oh, for Hearstmill? Maybe. I'll be honest, I don't play a ton of PvP. I just started doing more frontline stuff because it gave more PvP XP, but I've been only really doing a lot of crystalline conflict. I was gonna say Chronicles. I never really played... What was the one that they got rid of? Not Rival Wings. Whatever that first one... Whoa, there's nothing in here. Never mind. Shit! I thought I'd be able to go in here, because it has the goldsmith thing. Is this just a fake out? No. There's nothing inside. It's a lie. Yeah, this is Hearstmill. Or... kind of, yeah. It's a very pared down Hearstmill to what I'm used to in the Realm Reborn version. But it actually does look enough like it. Unlike all the other places that look nothing like their current iteration. So that's saying something. Oh Jesus, it's almost 1. I mean, that's... The fun part about 1.0 exploring is that I wouldn't say we only scratched the surface, because we did actually look at quite a bit of stuff, but as you could see from that cutscene book at the inn, there's still like tons more shit. So I don't know if people are interested in me doing like a part 2 next Wednesday, or if this is good for now. We could always revisit it maybe at a later date. But I think this gives you a nice sampler of like a lot of what 1.0 just felt like. Let's maybe end... I'm gonna go back to depressing Camp Dragonhead, because anybody that came early to the party didn't see how depressing it looks, because it doesn't look like anything. But we'll end the night there. Geralt says hi. Hope next weekend the D&D game will work out. Oh, you have a D&D game next weekend? I hope it's fun. Yeah. Welcome to Camp Dragonhead. As I told people at the beginning of the stream. Oh, better start finding some bricks. Building some stuff out. Actually, let's make this whole thing super creepy. Right weather for this. It also has this music that I've only ever heard in the current 14. I've only ever heard this music in like cutscenes now. It's interesting that this is just the Kurthus music, because it certainly isn't currently Kurthus music. big Dalamud with lightning. Change it to creepy time. Let's end on the creepy time. And it's still green. Yeah. As I mentioned before, Kurthus was flush with greenery and flowers and all kinds of stuff prior to Dalamud. You can still see... Where's the fucking castle? Where am I? I had to nudge up because I can't see. There it is. Oh, we are fucked weather. It's so good. Look at that. It's so creepy. That is a tent so the crafter and gatherer can go ham to build the castle. They're gonna... I mean, they got 5 years to build it, I guess. The Rising Festival... Well... I'm running to the future. Here, let me get over to... So you can see how crappy the castle is. Have fun storming the castle. Yeah. Faster, Harshaphone. Faster! That's weird. It has the little, like, grass effect. Getting closer to Kurthus. Oh, you can't see it though because I did the fucking weather. God damn it. Alright, hold on. Let me switch the weather back. Shit. Oh, that's not the right time of day. Uh-oh. There we go. Now you can at least see. It's just hidden behind some clouds. Don't worry about it. It's not a problem yet. Okay. So, as you guys are familiar with, it's the Gates of Judgment somewhere. Oh my god. Actually, wait, why don't I just go to the Gates of Judgment? What am I doing this for? There is a warp for that. Everything the hard way. Oh my god, okay. Gates of Judgment. I'm gonna change the music when I do this. Go to all Gates of Judgment. So, I think these were split up. So, remember in current, like... Oh my god. In current 14, I think the Gates of Judgment are like... The scale is fucking weird. Like, if I go in here... Oops. Also, the gates seem a lot smaller, right? In current one, when you go in here, there's a whole inner area with the Gates of Judgment, and like a second set of gates, basically, right? Now it's just one gate at this early stage. Got all this extra walking. Oh my god, so much walking. You know what? So they have all this extra stuff before you even get to the bridges. Because remember, in the current version, I don't think any of this greenery, like this extra walkway stuff exists. It goes, I think, from the Gate of Judgment straight to the big-ass bridge. Oh, that's interesting. And they don't intend for you to see it from this angle, because look, the clipping, the view of that bridge is kind of fucked. Okay, that's fine. Let's nudge ourselves past that. Why is it doing that? Oh, there it goes. Oh, weird. Look at this. It's like an optical effect. This bridge is moving at a different rate than the wall right next to it, as if it's behind it. That's tripping me out. Because when I go around it, it just disappears. So they only intended for you to see it from, like, up there, looking down. Because it doesn't, like, work otherwise. Look, it starts disappearing if I try to run along it. And it's so low poly because, like, you shouldn't ever be this close. No wonder Ishgards know to be secluded. Yeah, they couldn't get people to walk normally to their location. And then look here. They have this whole middle rock section that doesn't exist. So they broke up all these bridges initially. This is the fastest I can go. I think it is. After Downwood, all Eorzea passed through a massive building project. It's funny, like, I think they're playing on the fact that nobody, well, hopefully nobody had like a photographic memory about like spatial relations between objects and places. Because otherwise you'd be like, what? How did these things change so drastically? The current bridge feels way shorter than this, right? This thing is like way stretched out. Now we got, I mean, considering the distance, a decently detailed Ishgard, because normally this thing is really far away. So it's not too shabby, all things considered. But look, another bridge. So this thing has 3 bridges separated by 2 rock features, which I don't think the current one has. But remember, if you do the Steps of Faith, you know, the one with the big giant dragon that's stomping through, which I guess now is only single player, so that's a bummer. You have to do like New Games Plus just to play it, I guess. That bridge is also a completely different length as well. That bridge doesn't match any of the outside bridges, which is silly. The keyhole entrance area. Yeah, this, like, what is this? How do you go in? Or no, I guess this isn't an entrance. It's just a really interesting... Does current Ishgard have a big keyhole hole like that? I don't have current 14 open, so I can't check. Oh, but it does have that keyhole entrance here. Look at what a mess this is. When you... okay, you can't get this close ever. And they counted on that because what is all this texture dump here? It's actually literally textures just piled onto each other. There's no actual entrance. It's just a mishmash. And they just put lights everywhere. Don't worry about it. That's really funny. But I remember, like, for people from 1.0, Ishgard was like the thing in the distance that everybody like wanted to see so badly. Because aside from, I think, maybe Dragoon stuff, because, you know, Istinian and all, there was no real discussion about Ishgard or its people or whatever. Because they were clearly holding out on that for some other time past 1.0. But apparently once Yoshi P came in and he was looking at like, what do I have to work with here? The things he noticed were there was an existing plan for some kind of Dalamud thing, but it hadn't been put into place. And there was clearly this Coerthus Ishgard thing that was set up that they planned for the future but hadn't acted on yet. So the first thing he goes is like, what's the place that has the most fantasy stuff in it? Because in his opinion, when he started playing 1.0 initially, it didn't feel like high fantasy to him. And people were like, well, Ishgard has elves and dragons and knights and blah blah blah. And he was like, that sounds like fantasy. Let's do that. Which is a pretty solid reasoning, in my opinion. And he was like, also, on the other hand, I need to destroy the place. What can I use? And people were like, well, there is this thing called the Dalamud that has something housed inside it. And he's like, perfect. So he was able to utilize some things that were still cooking to great effect, honestly. It's pretty impressive, really. This looks so goofy running so fast. Oh wait, I also have, hold on, let's get up to Parshifan's memorial spot up here, which it technically kind of is, even though it doesn't make sense. I do this a couple times, don't I? Is that high enough? Oh, it's not high enough. Whoop, too high. Too high! Oh, too high. Oh, Jesus. Perfect? No, not perfect. Oh god, too low. Too low. Up. Fuck. Fucking god damn it. Down 10? Okay. Great, great. He gave us the greatest disco ball of doom. It's really good. Oh wait, I need to turn the speed off, otherwise it's gonna probably break something. Yeah, so it's interesting that there was one of these ethereal, like, what are they called? Gates here. Technically close to Harshaphant's future place. Because remember, he's near a vigil. So in my estimation, because there is, I think, an existing place called... I don't think it's Prominence Point in current Kurthus. I think it's Providence. So I don't know if that was a mistranslation or whatever. But it's near where his memorial thingy is. So it's like this kind of like very not flat area, honestly, is probably the closest approximation to that view that our future selves will have of Ishgard. At least you can't go to the moon. Oh man, well, we could keep nudging up. But I think that that might actually be like an overlay or something, so we might not actually be able to reach that. I imagine Yoshi P said it's not high fantasy enough back then, and now we have Solution 9. I mean, it's been a long-ass time. I kind of wonder, have they already essentially used up all the components of ideas that they had during 1.0? Because so much of the stuff they do now is such a departure from, like, the past... Well, I mean, Endwalker had some things, because that's the whole point of Endwalker, but, like, Dawn Trail itself feels like a purposeful departure from any familiar, like, remnant leftover elements, right? It's trying to start something new. There's all the Garlean ships in the background. Yeah, I'm walking on my grave somewhere here. Maybe this big rock. I can't walk on that. Still a nice view. But see, notice it looks like it's a view of Ishgard with the bridges coming towards us, whereas in 2.0, it's like a profile view, right? Like the bridge is actually going like this way, or maybe like this way, somewhere from right to left, with a bit of a twist on the castle. Not castle, it's a city, whatever. But yeah, anyway, I think I'll leave it there unless people have specific things they want to check out. That's a pretty good overview, I think, of little slices of stuff that you missed out on from not playing 1.0, or for some of the folks in chat that definitely clearly did play 1.0. It's a little nostalgic trip back in time. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed it. I still have this server, you know, local to me, so if the mood strikes, or if anybody's got a bunch of requests or something, I can always come back to this again. But yeah, I think... Oops, shoot. I was trying to look at my calendar. Isn't the Halloween events usually appear like the week before Halloween, right? Because there's two things. If there's a Halloween event next Wednesday, we'll do that for our Wednesday 14 event, or stream. But if there isn't, I might actually take that day off, because if anyone's been following my YouTube channel, I've almost finally caught up on all the fucking MSQ edits. God, that MSQ was so long for Dawn Trail. I have like maybe 1 or 2 more videos for the MSQ, and then I get to move on to the raid videos, which will be a lot shorter. But I would love an extra day just to get more editing time in on those videos. So it will still be 14 related, but just not a stream. So I might do that. We'll see. I'll wait and see when they announce when the next... what is that event called? I always forget what the Halloween event is called. Spirit something? Whatever. Whenever that drops, we'll do it. Yeah, Halloween horror. I hope it's something interesting. There was a kind of a discussion on one of the forums about how the seasonal events have been kind of eh. And I feel bad that, like, I know they're really busy and stuff, but it would be fun to have some more interesting seasonal events. We've had them from time to time in the past, but you can kind of tell when there's some years where they're just I guess, really too busy or they don't have the resources. And they just do one of those, like, here's 3 quests where you just talk to people and then you get an item. As opposed to ones where you actually have like a little mini game or something kind of fun. I noticed the Halloween one is the easiest for them because they just keep bringing back that same little mansion where you can turn into different characters and stuff. It kind of feels like a cheat a little bit. Because it's like, you already made that thing, so you just bring it back all the time because it's easy. But, you know, whatever. But yeah. Anyway, hope everybody had a good time. Hope it was informative. Hope it gives you a nice kind of perspective on why things changed. Hopefully you're happy that things changed the way that they did, because, oof, some of these things we went over were real painful, you know? The maps, the lack of market board, the slow combat, just the general, like, lots of space with not a lot going on. And I know this is a cheat because there really is not a lot going on because there's no monsters or NPCs or whatever, but still, like, you could just tell, like, it was lacking a lot of content. You know, which it was for quite a while. It could be funny when they expand the NPC you could transform into. I hope they do. I noticed they kind of did that for, was it, they had a set all the way up to like Stormblood, and then they eventually had a set to Shadowbringers. I can't remember if they added Endwalker characters, but my assumption would be if they are going to do that again this year, it would make sense to just keep adding, like let's add the Endwalker ones if we haven't already. Now, being able to turn into Ancients would be fucking fun. I don't know if they've added that yet. You could pick any of the current Ancients we bumped into and turn into those. That'd be fun. They're busy making hats for Vieras. I hope so. I feel bad for those folks with the big ol' ears, and not like big ol' L's in ears, but you know, that just can't wear shit. I'd love to get the robe at least. Oh, you didn't get the... Oh, like they have slightly different robes, don't they? Because I was thinking we get the robe from the MSQ, but I don't know if you can dye it to look exactly like theirs. With the mask? You can simulate that with, there's that one, is it like Wood Whaler mask or something? There's an old school mask from either Realm Reborn or like Heaven's Word or something that kind of reminds me of the Ancient mask. It's not the same though. Yeah, and the other problem too is even if you have that mask, then you double up on it, because I think the robe that you do get has the mask like around your neck, like on a string. So it's like, I can't delete that shit. So it looks like I have double masks. Yeah, it's not the same. I want to be Medion and scare the shit out of people. That would be funny. Oh shit. Okay, we got an ad coming in, so maybe I'll end things before the ad hits. Anyway, hope you guys had a good time. Next stream will be Saturday. We are going to start a grand revisiting of, in preparation for Halloween, yay, the original Resident Evil 1 through 3. 1 I've played through and I can't remember if I've beaten. 2 is one of my favorites, so I've definitely played that before, but I want to replay it. And 3 I've never played at all. So we're going to have a little bit of old and a little bit of new. So I hope you guys will look forward to that. Let me see if there's anybody cool to raid. I always finish at like a weird time, so like people I know are usually like offline. Yep, okay, nobody's on. Never mind. No raids. But yeah, that'll be at 8 p.m. Pacific on Saturday. In the meantime, hope you've enjoyed yourself tonight. Hope you have a great rest of your week. Oh, wait, what? What, wait? What is the wait? You gotta type faster. Because you're gonna hit an ad in a second unless you have something to avoid ads. I can't... Can I skip the ads? I don't know if I have snooze available. I cannot snooze my ads. Arshifon's shield behind me? Wait, what? What do you mean? Oh, my... Physically, yes! I'm sorry. Yeah, I made it. I made a shield. Here. Hold on a second. Here, I'll show you real quick and then we'll end the stream. You caught me off guard. Oh, god damn it. Alright, we'll wait for the ad. Hold on. Hold on. I have a thing that I can use to show. had a thing. Game capture. Damn it. Okay. Well, I'll show it next time. I had like a side thing that lets me use my phone to do like a separate camera. I totally forgot how to set it up though, which is not gonna work. So I'll have to do that for next time. I'll just move my head. You can kind of see. I'm gonna move my head and like zoom out.
Forge ahead.
All right. Yes. So as you can see, me lowering my head, I made the shield. It is essentially life size, and I painted and everything. And then I also bought a little strip of LED lights to put behind it so that it looks like it glows, because I'm a stupid nerd. So yeah, what sucks is the way I set it up on the wall for me, and then I realized on stream it's like, but people can't fucking see it on stream because it's not in a good spot. So, but there it is. Anyway, thank you. Yes, anyway, next stream, Saturday, 8 p.m. Pacific. Be there, be square. Resident Evil stuff starts then. Next 14 stream may be on Wednesday. We'll see again. I'll give a little, one of those little Twitch story things to let you guys know if the stream is or isn't happening. So, yeah. All right. In the meantime, have a great rest of your week, and take care.